And so at last year's annual conference session, a resolution was passed that called for the annual conference to look more closely at fossil fuel divestment for good reasons, both for financial reasons, but also for good moral reasons, and to bring together the boards and agencies that have investments within our annual conference to look at how we can support them in this process. And finally, to hold this summit, to have these conversations with speakers and hopefully find a new way forward that allows us to more effectively move away from fossil fuels as a money-making opportunity and see them as the negative that they often are, frankly. So I also would like to give a shout out to Sharon Delgado, who's worked so hard on this project, as well as Joan Pell and a number of others, but Sharon in particular. She's not able to be here tonight or tomorrow because she had a minor stroke at home last week, and she's doing well, but she needs to rest at home. She's a wonderful mind and sense of humor, but she's not able to get around right now. So we send her prayers that she is feeling better, that she'll continue to heal, and that we'll be seeing her again very soon. So thank you, Sharon, for all your work getting us organized in this way. And thank you all for being here this evening. And those of you that are online, of which I understand there are thousands. So hopefully the Zoom call will continue to work really well. There will be an opportunity later for questions after William has finished his presentation, both questions from here in the in-person audience and those that are online working with the Zoom chat. So just so you know that. A couple of housekeeping things. There has been a question about if people should have breakfast in their hotel tomorrow. No, breakfast will be here starting at 8 a.m. We have that wonderful taco bar to reheat. No, there'll be a scrambled eggs bar instead. So please come here starting at 8 a.m. for breakfast. We'll start again at 9 a.m. with the program on our first speaker. In addition, there are restroom fobs there on the table where Krisha's been dangling a little bit. You can use those to go to the restroom across the way if you don't know that already. And Joan, what was the third item? Water, yes. There's 2 water coolers. There's one outside in the lobby, and there's one just behind the piano here if you want to refill your water bottles at any point. So I think that being said, I'd like to ask our bishop to come forward and open us in prayer.
Good evening, everyone. So one of the iterations of the program I got had down said keynote address, Bishop Sandy. I started to panic. But keynote address on climate change and fossil fuel divestment. Wow, okay, I don't know if I have time to write a keynote address. And then I asked Ji-Jun, please clarify. And then it was like, you give a prayer. I thought, okay, so I'm going to go somewhere between a keynote address and a prayer. How's that, okay? So I wanted to, you started with Wendell Berry. I want to start with E.E. Cummins because one of my favorite poems is one of his. I thank you, God, for this most amazing day, for the leaping greenly spirits of trees and a blue true dream of sky, and for everything which is natural, which is infinite, which is yes. That sort of sense of honoring of the creation, recognizing that humanity is not the only gift of God, not the only creation of God, and that we are one part of the wholeness, and that God delights in the fullness is, I think, part of what undergirds why we're here. You know, in our theology, we've always understood that sense of the glory of creation, and in our newly revised social principles, which are a little bit shorter now, but concise, the opening words around the community of all creation says that we affirm our sacred call to be responsible stewards and to lovingly tend all that God has wrought. We recognize the inherent worth of God's creation. We celebrate God's abundance and diversity. Diversity. It's a thing to be celebrated. Okay, I'll leave that alone. And along with the entirety of the cosmos, give praise to its creator. We recognize we are interconnected members of complex ecosystems, intricate webs of life, all of which have their origins in God's gracious act of creation. So what we're doing here today is really a part of acknowledging that that's where we're grounded. That's where we start. That's our hope. It's God's vision for the planet. It's God's vision for all of creation, and our part in how do we steward what we have, who we are, how we live, so that that beauty of creation is honored, glorified, healed, and lifted up. But we also have recognized that our creation is in peril, which is the other reason why we're here, right? And so we also then say we acknowledge that unsustainable human activities have placed the entirety of God's creation in peril. Further, we confess that the degradation and wholesale destruction of the natural environment threatens unprecedented harm, bringing danger to human and non-human life alike. We see that all the time through all the various natural disasters that are occurring across, right, in the magnitude of which those are occurring, and the ways in which we have unsettled the environment. Although you may remember in those early days of the pandemic when we had shut down, that after a couple weeks where there was no traffic, you begin to hear the birds sing again in new ways. I mean, it was amazing how quickly there was also signs of healing, that the earth has the potential to heal, and we have the capacity to participate with the earth in its healing. We're not done yet, but we're at a crisis point that climate scientists tell us, right? And so we then talk about global warming and those social principles, saying that global warming and climate change are already creating extreme conditions that threaten the entirety of life on Earth. Over-industrialization, widespread deforestation, and over-reliance on fossil fuels are but some of the human activities that have contributed to the buildup of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide in the Earth's atmosphere. We come out of our very rootedness saying that we are people that want to do no harm, to do good, and live in love with God. Our practices are causing harm. And so the opportunity tonight and over the next couple of tomorrow as well, as we begin to think about how do we turn the harm that we've done into good. And that's not an easy, simple thing. Before WestPath was WestPath, and it was the Journal Board of Pension and Health. Is that where the old name was? Something like that. I mean, I was one of those folks who was a pain in their butt, because I was one of the folks who was pushing hard for divestment in Caterpillar from my work in the Middle East. So, but that work, while not successful, did lead to the creation of the social, what's it called? That social values stuff that allowed people to choose more things in which they personally could decide not to have their pension built on. So there was some success in that regard. And it's always the tension I think we're in now, as we'll have this conversation with fossil fuels, is that to always have to weigh, because we also go on and talk about that we believe in stakeholder engagement as a tool for social change. And that's one of the ways in which we leverage resources, right? We leverage the entrance, the power, the participation to try to get corporations and things to change and to move the needle. And we have successes sometimes in that, and that's important. And then there's also the option to then how do you reinvest in other things that are good? So you invest in clean fuels or whatever at the same time. But there's always in this dilemma, when do you finally pull the plug? When do you say, we can no longer morally and ethically do this, even knowing there's complications? But we need to understand that it's not, they're not clear answers, right? There's lots of things we're weighing. I really hate that I just used the word complications, or something that's complicated. We tend to say when we say that something's complicated, it usually means what we're saying is, oh, I can't figure it out. Let's just forget and go on, right? I mean, complications are things that sometimes stop us from actually engaging. But I think what it is divestment issue is complex, meaning there's lots of things that we need to hear and listen and to weigh against each other, and to do our best to use our Wesleyan quadrilateral with scripture, tradition, reason, and experience to discern what's the best choice we can make to do the least harm, the most good, and still stay in love with God and one another. That's, I hope, what the beginning of this will be for us together, and to know that everyone here's on the same team. right? And I think that all of us here want to do the best for the planet and to use our resources that we have been entrusted with to care for the benefit of the ministry of the church, to do that with care and with responsibility and with ethical choices and for care for the planet, and know that that's not simple. And to not be afraid because it's not simple, and not to run away. But so tonight is a good start for beginning to do that work both locally and to encourage our larger bodies of the church to do that work with us. So with all that, that's my short keynote speech. Let's pray. Creator God, we acknowledge that as your handiwork, we stand alongside all that you have made. Trees and rivers, mountains and valleys, soaring birds and scuttling creatures, all are held within your care. May we grow in our love and appreciation for the fabulous variety around us, and may our awe and wonder draw us closer to the natural world and through it to you, God of all things. Lord God, you made the world and declared it was very good. And yet we have not treated the earth and our fellow humans with the care and respect they deserve. We are sorry, and we ask for your forgiveness. So give us the courage to keep raising our voices about the climate emergency, which affects people living in poverty the worst. And as we wrestle with our decisions and the complexity of issues before us, send your spirit of understanding, of listening, and discernment to us. Let your gift of your peace be within the hearts of all people, so that the conflicts can end in peace, relationships begin to be restored, and the healing of the earth may begin. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
William Morris is from the California Pacific Annual Conference and is an organizer with Green Faith and chairs the Young Evangelicals for Climate Action, also known as YECA. He will share his knowledge and experience working with Green Faith on their People versus Fossil Fuels campaign and his firsthand experience of the impacts and response to the LA fires earlier this year. William is a dedicated environmental advocate holding a degree in environmental science with an emphasis on ecological restoration from Humboldt State University. As a faith organizer with Green Faith and the chair of Young Evangelicals for Climate Action, William channels his passion for environmental stewardship and faith into impactful initiatives. Welcome. Thank you, William, for coming to see us.
Thank you, Burke, for that wonderful introduction, and for whoever made this slide. I really like it. Thank you. Really sets the stage of the many hats that I wear, of which I'm beginning to think there's too many, which it can't all fit onto one slide. So I'm happy to join you all, coming from Los Angeles. So I'm in the CalPAC conference, not Cal Nevada, but like Burke said, I did go to Humboldt State, which is in Northern California. So honorary, I hope. And a little bit about me is that I grew up Christian, but at a very conservative evangelical church, a church that did not really believe in science, evolution, social justice, these different things, and have made the long journey to the place I'm at now at my really wonderful United Methodist Church in Torrance. Shout out to Reverend Allison and Faith. And thank you, Bishop, for your words. I could have listened to your keynote for another hour and paid attention. So yeah, I appreciate your wisdom and experience and the words that you shared with us. And so we're here to talk about divestment and what that means. And I thought about a lot of different ways I could go about talking through these different things. But what I landed on was really just sharing my own experience and where I come from and what that means, what fossil fuel investment and the impact that that's had on my life and the life of my community and the place that I've come from. I was talking with Burke earlier about some of my early talks about climate justice and how they were filled with charts and graphs and science. And I thought that's the best way to do it, right? To convince everyone is through data. And I quickly found out people were really bored with that and weren't paying much attention. And so I promised there's only, I think, one graph in this entire presentation. So as Burke mentioned, I work with a number of organizations. One is Young Evangelicals for Climate Action. That's the faith tradition I grew up in, and so I want to help them progress in the area of climate justice. And so we help young Christians at different colleges around the United States with a fellowship program around climate and teaching them to, through their own faith and worldviews, to talk about climate to their Christian schools, to their pastors in their home, becoming a trusted messenger. Because oftentimes people who have different worldviews, if you hear someone who's coming from a different place than you, it's really easy to shut them out and to not listen. But when it's coming from someone who might be your own daughter or granddaughter, it's a lot easier to listen. I also work with California Interfaith Power and Light, which is a really wonderful organization here in the Golden State that does a lot of wonderful policy work in many congregations, and getting them to meet with their elected officials through lobby days and giving them a lot of education and resources for their congregation so that they can better learn about faith and climate. And the last one is my day job at Green Faith as a faith organizer. Can you tell that I'm a person of faith through all these different things that I do? And Green Faith is a grassroots multi-faith organization that is international, and I work on our US team, working on different things like our People versus Fossil Fuels campaign that is made up of Indigenous and frontline groups. It's a national coalition fighting different fossil fuel fights across the country against different things in California, especially in LA, like neighborhood oil drilling. And working with, we have a young adult fellowship program because we know young people really are tuned in on the issue of climate, on our climate emergency and what's happening, but oftentimes they don't have an outlet in a faith setting to do something with that, and so they have to go outside of the church. And so trying to help bridge that divide. And I also have a degree in environmental science, which really is what set me on this journey. Was growing up, I love to watch things on PBS like Nature and Nova and those sorts of things. And my parents took me to national parks like Yosemite, and I really grew this love for creation and for a natural world, and wanted to just see where that connection took me. And it took me to the place that I'm at now that I never could have imagined. Because when I was in college, I would often be the only Christian in my science classes and one of the only people at church with a science major. And it felt really isolating. And I was wondering if I was doing the right thing and why I was the only one in my own circle on that path. And later, thankfully, I stuck it through and realized I'm supposed to be a bridge builder. And I'm supposed to be able to reach and connect these groups and talk about faith and climate action, faith and environmental justice. And I really always enjoy hearing when I go into churches and speak, when people come up afterward and they say, "You're Christian and you do environmental or climate work." That's the first time I've ever heard of that. And it used to make me sad. And now I'm like, great. Now you've met someone, like, let's put you on this path. Let's show you that this world is intertwined and connected, and it's not this either or. And so, like I mentioned earlier, I want to talk about this lived reality of fossil fuels, where I come from. And as you can see on here, the very first bullet point, I grew up by a refinery. If we can go to the next slide, we have a lovely picture of it here. This is formerly the ExxonMobil refinery in Torrance, now PBF Energy. And this view is coming down Crenshaw Boulevard. Just out of the frame to the right side is a neighborhood that includes a church and a daycare. This is a sprawling complex of towers, of tanks. It's about 750 acres in Los Angeles County. It is huge. And this refinery can process about 155,000 barrels of crude oil a day and 1 billion gallons of gas per year. About a tenth of California's demand. And they do other things like diesel fuel and jet fuel. So you can imagine the amount of infrastructure that's needed to support and process that. This is just one of the refineries I grew up near. Within about 5 miles of the house I grew up in, there are 6 of these refineries dotting the southern Los Angeles landscape. And it is every bit as bad and ugly as it looks. I can remember many times growing up in elementary school, we would have to shelter in place because of the refinery. They'd have accidents or toxic gases would escape and be put into the air. The bells would ring in the school, and we'd have to run inside and take shelter until we got the all clear. We didn't know that wasn't normal until someone tells you so. As a kid, you just think, okay, this is something we do. And then to have adults tell you, or to talk to other people from other places and say, we don't have to do that. What are you talking about? That's, different. And so learning what we go through, that wasn't normal. And so this having to shelter in place, living by the refinery, and the dangers that go along with it went on all through my schooling growing up. And I can remember my high school, which was located 1 block from the refinery. It's the backdrop of the school. Funnily enough, you could see it from the back of my AP environmental science class. And so my teacher would point out the window and just tell us, turn around, and would tell us about climate change and fossil fuels and what's going on, and that we could see it with our own eyes and smell with our own nose what was happening. With the refinery being so close to my high school, the times that accidents would happen at the refinery, oftentimes the bells at the school letting us know to run inside wouldn't go off quick enough because we were so close. We could smell something was wrong in the air before they told us to seek shelter and to come inside. And that is just, one of the schools, of which there are many surrounding these refineries and these fossil fuel infrastructures near where I live. And the issues that are plaguing my community and the surrounding ones are ongoing. These are not just one-off events. In this next slide, you'll see a couple of photos here. And this is from just 2 weeks ago when the refinery lost power and they had to do emergency flaring for nearly 12 hours, putting all kinds of pollutants into the sky, as you can see here. I remember I was driving down to my parents' house to visit them and seeing this gigantic pillar of smoke in the distance, thinking, oh, something must be really wrong. Something's on fire. And I remember I'm going down the freeway and approaching, I'm realizing, oh, that's the refinery. It's putting things into the air, and they hadn't alerted the public. There was no alarm sent out, no alerts, no texts, no emails to say, you should shut your windows, you should get inside, you should limit your exposure outdoors. And on the left photo here, you can see a really good view of how close this infrastructure of the refinery is to these homes, one of which has a children's playground right in the front there. And on the right side, a view coming from the other way, where you can see the extent of the pollution in the air. Oftentimes, the homes on this strip by the refinery, which is crazy to say that there are homes next to a refinery, have had problems in the past with methane building up under their homes and leading to parts of their floors exploding. And so just numerous different ways that this infrastructure can be a danger. And on this next slide, you'll get another bit of a zoomed out view, but you can see some of the tanks and the towers and the flaring that was going on. But this is what investments into fossil fuels looks like for the people who are living around it, for the people whose air, water, and land are being poisoned, whose children are growing up surrounded by toxins, parents wondering if it's safe to open their windows. It means that these entire neighborhoods are living on edge because you're not ever quite sure when the next incident is going to be. When is there going to be an accident? How is my family, how are my neighbors, how's my community going to be affected? And so speaking of these incidents at the refinery I live by, on this next slide, you'll see some photos. One at the top of kind of how sprawling it is, but on the bottom, it shows the aftermath of an explosion at the refinery in 2015. And this happened while I was away at college in Humboldt. got some text message from someone that this happened, and not sure what happened to my family. All of my friends live there, and somehow miraculously, through the grace of God, no one was killed. But they had to do an extensive investigation and called it a deadly near miss, where one of these pieces of debris from the explosion narrowly missed this tank of hydrofluoric acid that they used in the refining process, a gas that is so toxic it can corrode bone. And workers at the refinery have had to be hospitalized in the past from, contact with this gas. And so again, just the level of unknowing, of not feeling safe, that is just constant living next to one of these things. And the level of frustration, I think, as well, for many residents who surely an explosion at a refinery would lead to steps to make it safer. But it didn't. ExxonMobil sold it off to PBF Energy, and so it operates still today with just as many safety issues as before. And so it feels like oftentimes that for these fossil fuel companies, where are the consequences? Who can be held responsible when you are doing this to people, to children, to entire neighborhoods whose health and safety is compromised? Where is the justice for these folks? And so there's a lot of fear, a lot of frustration, and sometimes, for people just leaving and moving because they don't want to be by a place like this anymore. But that is only for, again, if you have the privilege to afford to be able to move. And this refinery has also had other intersections with injustices as well, where in the city where I live, the southern part by the ocean is the richer, wider area. And in the past, it was redlined, where there weren't people of color who were allowed to live there. Instead, they were pushed up north towards the refinery, where that is, again, the majority of these neighborhoods today. And so those injustices crisscrossing to make it so that those who have the least amount of resources oftentimes are the ones who are being most affected. And on the next slide, you'll see a different photo of some other fossil fuel infrastructure that our communities in the area have to deal with. It's not just refineries, but also neighborhood oil drilling. And notice I said neighborhood before oil drilling, because that's where it takes place. So this is oil drilling happening near homes, near churches, near hospitals, near schools, all over different parts of the city. And again, these same under-resourced areas have it the worst. On this next photo, you can see the proximity of one of these oil derricks to homes that are by this oil well, and this is all over the place. One of the major urban drill sites that many in the LA community are working on shutting down is located next to apartments. It's located next to a senior care home and 3 public schools. If you could imagine the comically worst evil place for these things to exist, that's oftentimes where they are. And these oil drilling infrastructures like here that are happening in the richer, wider areas of Los Angeles have safety measures. They're enclosed, there's monitoring systems, but in other areas where it's more people of color, they do not. They're open air, and there's nothing containing any of these toxins or fumes in the drills. It just goes right over the fence they have up, so you can't really see it, and into the lungs of the residents. Another danger on top of these refineries, this oil drilling, is underground petroleum pipelines that crisscross the landscape of LA, leading from these refineries to the ports and back. I have one of them. I recently saw 4 houses down from me. I was walking around the neighborhood, and you could see the sign of where it was, and these have ruptured in the past. And just because they're underground and you can't see them doesn't mean they don't pose danger. And there also are trains carrying oil and gas through these neighborhoods as well. The trains crisscross neighborhoods and apartments that have been built up literally feet from homes. And so when I mentioned that sprawling refinery earlier, thinking about the infrastructure that upkeeps it, including those pipelines and those railroad tracks, just begins to become hard to fathom the level of danger they're posing to the people around them. And so that's just one part. These investments into fossil fuel infrastructure as well, it's not just harmful to the people like me and my community who live directly around them, but to everyone around them who is in the line of sight of all of those apparatuses that support them, the trains, the pipelines, the barges, the trucks. And these fossil fuels have had an impact not just on the residents around where this is happening, but of course on our environment as a whole. And I thought a lot about this section as well. And like, there's so many examples to talk about, but I wanted to just narrow it down to the example that I think is in most people's recent memory. And that is these LA fires that occurred, namely the Palisades and fires. And these were historic fires, and the amount of damages done north of $250 billion, to the amount of lives lost, to where they occurred in such an urban area for many of them, and highlighting the different extreme weather patterns we were getting in LA, where we had not received rain for a couple hundred days that led up to the fires. But in the 2 years before that, we got torrential downpours. I'm sure you remember the atmospheric rivers that continued to hit California. And so the reality of these fossil fuels changing our climate is very clear. And so I wanted to just show a few videos of the impact that these fires had. So you can see here this aerial view of the Palisades fire in the mountains above Santa Monica, and just the fire ripping through the neighborhoods there. This next one is drone footage of the Eaton fire in Altadena. So you could see just people's homes, congregations, neighborhoods, everything gone. I can't imagine losing all of that and deciding, do I try to rebuild here when everything is gone? What do my neighbors and my friends do? The amount of loss that occurred. And of course, when these climate disasters happen, it always affects those most vulnerable the hardest, those who are unable to get to safety, those who can't take care of themselves. And so this next video that the tech team will pull up in a second is about the senior living community who had to be evacuated during the Eden fire.
Affected in the Easton fire, or Eden fire rather, were seniors who were forced to leave their senior living facilities as that fire was moving closer.
KTLA's Courtney Frill spoke with a woman who spearheaded the charge to get them all out.
Hi there. It was one of the most dramatic moments from when the Eaton fire first broke out on Tuesday night. And ever since, people have been asking for a follow-up. Embers were flying ferociously as the staff of the Pasadena Park Skilled Nursing Center evacuated their 93 residents and some 50 patients next door at the Terraces Assisted Living Center, which ultimately burned down.
It was like one of those backdrop movies that you saw where at any given time, all the embers were flying and you're just trying to get everybody out. It was chaotic, but everybody knew what they needed to do.
Ria Bartolome led the charge to get everyone out. She tells me they first saw flames in the mountains around 7 p.m. When 911 wouldn't answer, they called their ambulance transport company, which also sent in their search and rescue dog Dozer to make sure no humans were left behind. Even the SWAT team arrived to help. As Ria and her staff were comforting the people ages 58 to 103 years old and loading them onto buses, she kept repeating this in her head.
My mantra was, everybody would come home safe and kiss their loved ones, and all the residents will be in a safe space so they can reunite with their loved ones.
Her mantra worked, and though the residents are in a different atmosphere without their belongings, they're very grateful to the staff.
Fortunately, don't have no injuries. And it's just amazing handling that many people. In spite of the staff as well as residents, certainly were certain worried and having, their own fears, but they got the job done.
But today, the back of the center is charred. The rest of the building spared thanks to the fire door. The hospital beds, wheelchairs, and medical equipment used in the evacuation just sitting outside in a heap. However, they all realize it could have been much worse.
Had we not evacuated so quickly and everybody just helping out, there could have been loss of life. The next morning, when somebody came by to check the building, it was still here, and I just couldn't stop crying because I was like, this is a miracle.
Again, no one was injured. Everyone is accounted for. The residents have been transported to 10 different facilities, and they hope to find out soon when and if they can rebuild. In Pasadena, I'm Courtney Frail, KTLA 5 News.
It's heartbreaking seeing the images, the videos. I think they said the ages of folks they had to evacuate were 58 to 103. And so my heart just breaks for thinking about my parents, grandparents, the elders at our church, and folks who wouldn't be able to get themselves safety when these climate-fueled disasters happen. And I'm so thankful for the workers of these care communities who were able to help them. And it truly was a miracle, as they said, that no one was injured or hurt or left behind. And that is the attitude we have to take with us moving forward. As we're doing this work of climate justice, is that we're all in this together. We're not here to leave anyone behind, and thinking about the most vulnerable amongst us and how are they and their health and their well-being put as a priority, and how can those of us who have the privilege of helping use that in a good way. One more effect of this investment in fossil fuels that I want to talk about that kind of goes unseen, but it's this effect of not living by our values and what the young people in our churches have seen of that. And so this is the one chart / graph I said I'd have. And so these are both from the Pew Research Center, and it shows that people who consider themselves religiously affiliated is decreasing, and those who are religiously unaffiliated is increasing, which you can see on this left side here. So the bottom is unaffiliated, and that's going up, and religiously affiliated, specifically Christian, going down. And on the right side, a similar story of those who, when they were young, considered themselves Christian versus now when they're older, that is shrinking versus the amount of people who did not consider themselves Christian and still are not. And so less folks who consider themselves Christian over time. And so I often hear from many of the churches I go into that, where are the young people? Where are they? Why aren't they here? Why aren't they filling our pews and our seats? Why don't they want to be part of the church or take leadership positions and all these things? And the blame tends to be pointed at them as if something is wrong with young people, and we just need to get it together and pray a little harder, or just put things aside and show up anyway. But in fact, it's been the opposite. In the more churches I step into, I've seen the churches that have the least amount of young people have been the least willing to meet the needs of what young people care about. And the churches that have the most young people involved are the ones who are active on issues of justice, issues of climate, things that the young people of the world today know are important. And what is heartbreaking is so many times young people learn to care in church. We teach them to love God, to love our neighbor, and then they try to live those values out. And oftentimes the church tells them, no, not like that. You're not doing it right. You have to do it this way. Or you can do it one of these three ways. But what you're doing, you're asking for too much too soon. That's going to change too many things. That certain committee is not going to like it. There's a number of things that come up. And for these young people who care about these issues out of their heart and want to do it, it is so demoralizing that the community that they grew up in, that cares about them, that have known them oftentimes since they were a baby, doesn't have the heart to care about the same things that they care about. And how do you view that community the same after that? When you've given it your all, when it's where your friends are, it's where your family is, it feels impossible to leave that and to do something outside of that. But increasingly, that's what we're seeing from this data, is young people having to go outside the church to find these realms of what they care about. And I just wish it weren't so. I wish, as a church, we would look to the things young people care about and hand them the reins on things. One of the ministers at my church, she often says, young people aren't the leaders of tomorrow, they're the leaders of today. They're ready now to step up, and what they need to be given is the opportunity. And I can't think of a better place for that to happen than church. This beloved community that we share is a place where young people can pursue what God has placed on them. These passions, these talents, caring for these different issues, addressing these different injustices, and giving them a place to practice, to try, to fail, but a place that is going to hold them and walk with them no matter what happens. Because there's not a lot of places left in the world like that, where you can mess up and continue to be accepted and held in love and to try again. And for the majority of young people, the debate on climate is not a debate. They know it's happening. They know we need to act. And so when they bring that to their church and they don't get the same urgency, there is grief. So I've talked about a lot of different stories, starting with just the refinery I live by, to what's happened with these LA fires, to this unseen effect that is happening. And these are all just very real things that are coming to pass. The higher we hold fossil fuels up on this pedestal, and the more that we point our values toward them, these effects continue to happen. The accompanying harm, the accompanying suffering that go along with them. And as people of faith, we're guided by our morals and our values. It's how we make decisions. It's how we weigh things. We have the quadrilateral of different things. We can look to scripture. We can look to reason. We can look to the experiences of people who live by these places that are most affected. And I think oftentimes when we look, especially at the news, and we see climate disaster after climate disaster, it's really easy to be demoralized. Sometimes I think, oh, what next? What happened now? What this week? It's hard to really take in the enormity of it. But with the climate crisis seemingly getting worse, that means now is the most important time to act. It means that when there are thousands of things that are going wrong, it means there's thousands of things we can focus on and fix. It means that every direction you look, there is something that you can do. Just as our climate crisis is human caused, it so too can be human solved. When we are using our actions, when we're using our voice, when we're using our institutions, we can make an enormous difference. But we have to be courageous enough to do that in the face of what seems so dire, so scary, so overwhelming. But we can. And together we can fulfill this mandate that God gave us in the Garden of Eden, that all creation is to flourish. Not just bits and pieces, not just parts we think are important, but all creation has been put here in order to honor God and to see God honored through our care of creation as well. And I think as a young person who has spent my entire adult life on this topic of climate justice, I've never felt more hopeful than I do now. Things might seem the worst, but every time I go somewhere, every time I talk to someone, I learn about a new way someone is addressing our climate crisis. I learn of a new passion someone has and a way they've connected it to climate and how they are advocating amongst their friends, amongst their circle towards action. And what I always tell people is you don't have to go get an environmental science degree like I did. That does not make me more qualified than anyone else to talk about this, because the science is already done, right? They know what's happening. We don't all have to become scientists to prove that, but we need literally everyone else. We need everyone in every aspect, in every circle of life to know how this affects them and how can they reach others around them. Every single person in this room has a different sphere of influence. No two of us know all of the same people, have all the same families, care about all the same things, have the same interests. Everyone is unique. And so with all of those spheres of influence, if each of us is using our positions within them to advocate for climate justice, to talk about how, things are bad, but there's always hope. We can take X, Y, and Z actions. Here are things that we can do. Why don't we talk to our elected official? What is going on in our city? What is our denomination doing? There are a huge number of things that each and every one of us can do. And it gets to the point where there's too many things to do, and you need to really pick and narrow it down. And I always go back to, those words in scripture of all creation to flourish, not just survive, not just to scrape by, but to flourish. It means that there is abundance in the world and not scarcity. And so I look forward to, each and every one of you and working with you and getting to know you more and talking about this abundance and what that looks like in our own context, in the context of Cal Nevada, in our own individual contexts and communities. And just thank you so much for having me here. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you for listening. So that was a lot of talking. I think we're going to do a Q&A now, Burke. Is that right? Okay.
Don't go away. Yes. There's a microphone coming your way.
Having lived through the Almeda fire, something that William actually helped people who were struggling with the fire during the fires and the smoke. And a lot of that smoke comes from petrochemicals that are in the homes that get burned to the ground. And so I was wondering, William, if you could talk a little bit about what that was like.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously I only shared a few clips from the fires. There's probably dozens of hours of footage I could have pulled, and I'm sure you all saw images and videos on the news or online about the severity of it. But it really was apocalyptic. I don't know what other word to use to describe it. I remember from my house, it was probably about 10:30 that day, seeing the smoke from the Palisades fire begin. And then that night, the Eden fire on the other side of town, and then that just smothering the whole region, to the point where the air quality in Los Angeles became hazardous, like the highest level it can go, the most unhealthy, where it's not safe for anyone to breathe the air. And in fact, I know several friends and colleagues from other organizations who have respiratory issues like asthma, and they just left town because even inside their own homes, when the windows and the doors were closed up, the smoke was making its way in and they couldn't breathe. And so they were ones lucky enough where they had family or friends in places where they could leave and go to, but many people couldn't. And so choking on the air that you need to breathe, really unpleasant experience. And everywhere I went, you could hear people talking about how they were affected. If I was at the grocery store or a coffee shop, didn't matter where, was overhearing people talking about evacuating from their homes. They've lost their homes, their churches burned down, all these different things. And every single person in LA knew multiple people who were affected. And then came people wanting to help. The amount of donations that a lot of these sites got were completely unprecedented, to the point where they had to ask people to stop bringing certain things and bring other things. I know a lot of people like to think of LA as kind of shallow and maybe vapid, but I think that myth was dispelled, at least for me, in the aftermath of these fires, when people brought donations from across towns. I know our conference, different churches became collection sites, and then those were driven into larger sites near the fires, making sure that fire victims got the food, the water, the clothing, the blankets, whatever that was requested to them. But thinking about what we can do as the church as well, I think this is a perfect example of how do our congregations become these places that can be, climate resilient and respond to these things when they happen for our communities, where the church is, the whole point is we're supposed to serve our communities, right? And we worship God, and we go outside the walls of the church and into our communities, and we do good. And now in this era of our climate crisis, that is another facet of it. And so I was really grateful to see that in LA, and it was a really hopeful juxtaposition to the fires. And the despair was the amount of people that came out, the amount of community that came together. And that's how we'll continue to get through these things, is together and not alone.
William, I know those all those images quite well, and along the 710 freeway, you have the similar thing in between Long Beach, of course, with the factories, and the. So, I wonder if you can speak a little bit to those long-term sort of health effects, like the incidences of asthma for children and stuff along the 710 area there in Torrance and stuff that just creates the long-term health effects by living under those refineries.
Yeah, yes, there's been a ton of different studies done. Of course, if you go on the refinery and fossil fuel websites, they say nothing's wrong. Just like cigarette companies used to say their product doesn't cause cancer. It's similar things. But these studies by mostly environmental justice groups have shown these really increased rates of respiratory issues, such as asthma, such as chronic, breathing conditions. Another issue that we've noticed is, especially around some of the drill sites, is the prevalence of certain blood cancers as well. I know a colleague whose sister got cancer and passed away, who lived on an old drill site. They built apartments on top of them, saying, it's plugged, it's fine, you should be okay. And clearly there is not. And so there is, the short-term, health impacts of particulate matter coming out of the refinery, dangerous from explosions, but also those long-term health impacts, like a decreased lung capacity as well. Things that make it, that really limit your quality of life as you age. And children are particularly susceptible to the toxins, to the particulate matter, as they're growing and developing. It affects them, at a disproportionate rate. And so seeing that all over the place, but it's, I think the same issue I ran into growing up of not realizing that's not normal. You hear stories of like, oh, this person got cancer and this happened, but it's not until you start piecing it together that you realize, oh, this is way more common here than in these other places. And so that's a way that these fossil fuel companies as well try to downplay the effects of what happened. Is it's, oh, these are just stories, or it's hearsay, or no study was done. And so trying to utilize like science against oftentimes these residents to try and debunk their very real experience. And it's really hurtful to see, because then these folks who that's happening to oftentimes might not trust when someone does come to do a study and want to find out what's happening and want to know more. And even for myself, it's living by the refinery, it makes it so you can't rule things out as well. For instance, when I was 14, I ran track in high school. And one day after practice, I thought I had pulled a muscle. So I took, a little time off, went to the doctor, get it checked out. He said, I'll call you if something's wrong. And he called and he said, it looks like you have a tumor in your leg at 14. And he said, that's really unusual. That shouldn't be happening. We can't exactly say what caused it. We don't know, but surgery, getting out, the whole thing. And so now, like permanently having this set of like physical change to my body, of walking with a limp when I'm tired, of not being able to do certain exercises, of just it's different from before. And so again, that thing in my mind and my parents' mind of, is it that thing that we live right by that does this to a lot of people? And so it becomes sort of this looming cloud in your mind of worry, because you just don't know, what's happening to us. What is it? Is that what did it to me? And so it can be, really, really difficult.
One of the online questions, and then we'll go to you because we're stacking up. So you're next, though. One question from an attendee online. Are there any recent policies or regulations that have successfully reduced fossil fuel dependency and its impact in your community?
That's a really great question. Yes. So one of the things I talked about was neighborhood oil drilling that happens in Los Angeles. In fact, I live about 2 miles from the largest urban drill site in the country, the Ingold oil fields. And it might seem like an impossible thing to tell Los Angeles to shut them all down. Right? You're fighting giants here. But that is exactly what happened. Is this coalition was formed called Stand LA, Stand Together Against Neighborhood Drilling, formed from different nonprofits and community members, from churches, from health professionals, all coming together who in their own areas of LA saw the negative effects of neighborhood oil drilling. And they all wanted to stop it. Pretty simple. And so not so easy though, once you get to the city level, of asking them to stop doing this thing that makes us money, that, there's a lot of issues. But after what was a decade of them organizing, of them using their voice, holding rallies, speaking up, educating community members as well, was a huge part, who had no idea what was happening to them in their own bodies. And they finally got the city of Los Angeles to declare that oil drilling is a non-conforming land use. And over the next decade or so, they're planning to phase out oil drilling in Los Angeles. And so that is a huge victory. And it comes with, a lot of roadblocks from the fossil fuel industry wanting to take as long as they can to slow that process down or to make exceptions. But it's already yielded some wins in stopping certain refinery expansions, because the oil wells would have been too close to homes. And so these new sets of laws that are passed, including one that happened at the state level to set a buffer zone between new drilling, passed. And so there are victories, and it can come from, the most unlikely places. This wasn't some giant, powerful, group or certain person. This was just community members who saw what was happening to them, who came together and built power, and got, the entire city of Los Angeles to say, you know what, you are right. This is something we want to move away from. And I think that just speaks to the power each of us has, as a community, that there's always hope, no matter how hard or how big it seems, or how impossible. Because how impossible does it seem to want a major city like that to stop doing something entirely? It seems pretty hard, but they were able to do it, and that is moving along.
Hi, for the energy transition that's been going on, how well are the oil refineries adapting to this new energy transitions?
Yeah, that's a good question. And by us, I know that at least the refinery I live by uses a lot of fear, because they produce, a large percentage of California's gasoline. They will tell the community, what are you going to do without us? Prices are going to go up. This is going to happen. And so I think they are trying to scare people away from embracing some of that. But another thing that is happening is oil industry moving as well towards things like plastics and other products that are made of oil and petroleum, so that they continue to have this revenue stream of income. But they're definitely feeling pressure from lots of organizations and institutions and nonprofits, because of the amount of fights that are happening to either, put safety measures in place, shut down refineries, hold them accountable for things. Like right now, I know in California state legislation, there was an act introduced called the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. And that is asking fossil fuel companies to pay for the damage they have caused when it comes to the effects of climate change. And so coming from the companies themselves, not a tax on us or anything like that, but different things like that are introduced. And so our refinery has to put out a lot of things about how they help the community, and they do these different things. And so lots of that sort of messaging is being put forth, and they're looking into, like I said, those additional revenue streams. But we know they're feeling the pressure because they're speaking out a lot more often about how great they are, in the face of everything we know.
Got one comment and a couple more questions back here from our online audience. The first is from Dave Bungie, and I want to say he was one of the organizers of this, and he's joining us online. And his comment is, a wonderful presentation, William. He affirms your loneliness and the necessity of being a Christian and an environmentalist. He noted that in 1971, John Cobb wrote a book on environmental ethics from a Christian point of view called Is It Too Late? And a few months before his death last December, he was asked, how does it feel to see what was happening to the environment since you sounded the alarm 53 years ago? And from the deep well of faith, he responded, I follow a person who was a failure, and it matters how you fail. And Dave Bungie says, thank you for pressing ahead with the work.
Thank you. That is really great. Yeah, I appreciate that and resonate with it a lot. And I think one of the things I have to tell myself is the work didn't begin with us, and it's not going to end with us. It's not our responsibility to see all of these things to the end. That is asking way too much of ourselves and not giving enough credit to the people who came before us and the people who are going to come after us, but just looking at what can we do in our time? What is the call of our generation? And how do we use our gifts to answer that?
Thank you. A very concise question from an attendee online. Is nuclear energy now considered sustainable or green?
That's a very hot button issue in the climate and environmental community, I will say. And so the two, sides kind of are, yeah, it is sustainable. You have this fuel that seems unlimited and lasts a really long time. And wouldn't we rather have that compared to fossil fuels when there is much less, of a harmful output? And the other side is that there is a harmful output, and these things are really expensive and they go over budget over time to build them. And also the ethics of creating waste that'll be around for a really long time, way after we're gone. What does that mean? And oftentimes where that waste is stored as well is not in the rich white communities. It's the same place that is most polluted by fossil fuels, is an issue. But now there also are people talking about there's a next generation of nuclear that has come out with different reactors and less waste, and and so I have no answer there. I think that is an issue for folks who are more deeply involved to talk about. But I think, if you're wondering about that, look more into it and to the different arguments that are there, because it definitely is a controversial thing.
Okay, this is actually my question. So I won't actually hide behind anonymous online. I was wondering, do you have an example of a best practice or what you've witnessed when an organization or a church or any institution, instead of saying, no, I'm sorry, you young people, we don't do it that way. Oh, you're going to have to find another venue for that, where they've said yes and where that's really worked well and inspired others?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Thank you for bringing that question up. I have seen the opposite, and I think it's really encouraging. And even just one of the examples from my own church, I will say, is that when I showed up after college and said, hey, I have this environmental science degree, but I'm Christian. I want to talk about this. Can I do this here? And they said, yeah, come on in. They said, we've been wanting to talk about this, but we didn't know how. We didn't have someone to do that. And so they were incredibly gracious and loving about that, and saying, let's set up a workshop for you, on a Sunday after. Do you want to talk about something during our day? Do you want to do this and this? And so they offered a ton of opportunities for me. And again, it felt really nice because it was with a community of people I knew. It was a safe place to practice. I am super introverted. And so it's hard for me to do public speaking, even though I do it all the time. And so my church really was a wonderful space to nurture that in me of, oh, I can mess up in front of all these people I already know. And that's okay. They're not going to treat me any different. They're going to encourage me. They're going to help me along my way. And that's how I'm going to get better. And it would have been much harder if that wasn't the case. I had to walk into many rooms full of people I don't know. And I didn't do a very good job, and I didn't feel good about it because any of those people. And I've seen that in other churches as well, where they've created leadership positions in the church as well. Well, they'll have their, elders and committee members, but they'll also have a similar number of young adult or youth positions as well in leadership to match that. And so that way, when things are happening in the church, the young people are aware of it and they're able to put forth their own ideas as well. And they are, included when it comes into how do we shape these events? How do we shape what we're going to talk about? How do we shape things that this church is heading to? Because if you don't have, the young people in the room, there's so much that gets left out. We have these conversations oftentimes without them and not realizing what we've missed because we didn't, bring them in the first place. And so again, really grateful to my own church for fostering that in me. And I've really loved these other places where I've seen young people in leadership getting leadership development and becoming more involved in the church as well, because the church is welcoming them with open arms. They are receiving that and returning it in the same. And the places, vice versa as well, the places that aren't, they are shaking the dust off of their feet and continuing on. So I think for each of us, it's up to us to decide what kind of church do we want to be, and also what kind of individual do we want to be, because I've seen churches act that way, but certain individuals in them not, and really welcome young people. And that made a world of difference for them, knowing they had an advocate, knowing they had someone who was going to speak up for them and who could guide them, really helped. And so maybe all of you are those people.
Thank you. I can move to the room, but I do have another question online, and yay, it's from Sharon Delgado. So we're woohoo! I hope you can hear the cheers for you. So her question is, based on the 3 harms you mentioned in your presentation, how would it help for churches or annual conferences or agencies to divest from fossil fuels? How will this be helpful?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I think a lot of that we'll dive into tomorrow with our other wonderful speakers. But I think my main answer to that is I hope that these 3 different things were a reminder that divestment is not just about numbers on a page or spreadsheets in a folder on our computer, but that, living, breathing people and God's creation are affected by these decisions. It can be really easy to look at numbers and say, this one's bigger than that one, so we should maybe, we should do that. And it's hard to argue. But keeping in mind, all of us as individuals, churches, as the conference, what is actually happening when those numbers are going to those places, when these things are being invested in, what are those on the ground effects, and who are they happening to? Whenever we have groups of people come out to our communities or to others that are heavily affected by fossil fuels, we do what's called a toxic tour. And so they come and we go around to these different sites, like the refineries and the oil drilling, and talk to community members there. And I think those have way more impact than any other type of engagement we do, because they're able to see for themselves what is happening. They're able to smell for themselves what it is. They're able to hear from the residents what living there is like. And that is something you don't forget. And so again, these, summing it all up, these are living, breathing people that are being affected by it. And our decisions really do have consequences, good or bad, because just as I talked about all these, negative effects, there's the opposite as well. There's all of these good effects that can happen if we invest in the right things. There are ways that these communities can be healed, the air can be cleaned, and it doesn't have to be, more generations of these stories like I shared I don't want, my own children or grandchildren to have to go to another group of people and tell them the same things and point out that they went through the same thing I did. I would love for that story to change because of the people in this room.
Just hold 1 sec.
Okay, when I see those pictures of all those homes burnt, it just looks like a giant super fund to me. How are they cleaning up and what are they doing with all that stuff? Is that just going to be a big horrible place that they're dumping all this stuff? And what about the chemicals? And do you know what they're doing?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. What about all of it? I don't know exactly. I know some places they're trying to clear that stuff out and rebuild, but the people who have to go and clean it up have to be in like full suits and gear and everything because of all the toxins that are there. And still, as well, there are advisories like for us not to go into the ocean south of like Santa Monica because of all the debris from the fires that went in to there, that it's not safe. And so I think like your question is perfectly appropriate about what now of all these things. It's not just what happened. It's about what about afterward? What about the follow-up? How do we right? It's all polluting, and it's just another effect of all these things that we've been talking about. The steps continue to go down, and it just gets increasingly hard to clean these things up as they get bigger, and for folks to find their community again in all of that, because when all of it's gone, you've lost your house, your congregation, your grocery store, your friend's home. Like, where do you begin again? So dumping to the landfills. So right. So it goes to the landfills and the toxins aren't treated. And so, these different cycles continue. So it's really, but I think asking those questions are good to get insight on how do we respond to these things.
Sorry, since it's quiet, I'll say one more thing. Is when we were fighting one of the transfer stations for crude oil on the Columbia River, one of the selling points for the I forget which company. There's a few different companies over time who tried Tesoro at one point. I don't know if it's them, but the selling point was that there'd be so many jobs created when they had to clean up all the oil spills. So I know, right? That's so painful. So like hearing about this cleanup in LA is like all part of the fossil fuel economy, right? We're investing in fossil fuels and we gain the rewards of the profits for that. And then we invest in getting people to clean up and the medical care that the people who are sick will need. And meanwhile, so this is why divestment becomes, sort of really clear in front of you. Like, what are we investing in and what are we profiting from and what is our liability on all of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Shandra, for bringing that up, because I think it is, what is this? We see what we have now. We see this economy of scarcity, of toxicity, of exploitation, of destruction. And what is our alternative vision? What is our economy of abundance, of love, of making sure everyone's needs are met? Because those are two very, very different worlds that we're going to inhabit, and decisions that are going to have to be made, is we're either heading for one or the other. And we know as the church which one we support and the vision we want to see lived out. And so us taking a really strong stand on that and leading the way, I think is going to be so important moving forward.
So we've talked about the vulnerable communities in the neighborhood, but as we have more and more of gases released into the atmosphere, increasing the greenhouse gases and changing the weather patterns, because you were talking about the winds and the dryness contributing to the severity of that storm. We've got all the people that are experiencing these storms, whether it's fires or other things that are being produced. Don't forget the children. I have a granddaughter who has just turned 5. She was still 4 when the storms came through. The fire came through Pasadena. She was probably being evacuated about the same time as they were for that nursing home that you featured. They were in the first lot of evacuations. Their house is standing. She's fine. She's in TK, and most of the houses above the school are gone. And so she's in there with children who've lost their houses. It was stormy that evening. The wind was rattling the windows. They were already scared because the windows were rattling, and they evacuated. She's absolutely terrified now of any storm that comes, and they're going to lose their house things. I imagine that's replicated, I don't know how many times through how many families, that these kids are going to have PTSD or mental health issues related to these disasters, and that's just one disaster of many that's happening around the world. So the sooner we can reduce the amount of greenhouse gases, the better. And if putting pressure on the oil companies is one way, divestment, then I don't even know what my question is.
No, that was wonderful. Thanks, Joan. I'm glad you brought that up, because I think of, the children who went through that now, and I think about when they grow up, what is the world going to look like for them? As an adult or as a parent with their own kid, what will have changed? How much worse or better will it have gotten? And that we're really in that deciding point now, that we really get to decide how the rest of this story is written and what the future that those kids will grow up in looks like.
Thank you, William. It's been wonderful, sobering, painful, but also inspiring. But my question to you and your family still live in that same Torrance neighborhood, right?
Yeah. I lived there for 28 years until I got married, and then moved just about 15 minutes away. And so instead of being by the refinery, I'm now by the urban drill site instead. I picked a different infrastructure. But I think that's the unfortunate thing, is it's so prolific in all of these neighborhoods and all of these areas, where that is what's going to happen. And if you're lucky, it's just one of those things we talked about, and not multiple. And I think of when me and my wife were looking at different places, we might want to move. We have to think about, what are we living by? What refinery is in this area in El Segundo or in Torrance or in Carson? We don't want to move, too close down to San Pedro because the port is there and all the diesel and the trucks go by. My uncle is a pool guy, and as a teenager, I'd help him during, the summer to make some extra money. And one of the pools he serviced was an apartment right across from the port. And so every week when we would go, there would be this black layer of scum on the top that was all the pollution that settled from the diesel trucks coming from the port. And that is just, what's going into people's lungs who live there. And so, it's really hard to escape some facet of it, unless you're rich, in which case, you have the privilege to be able to move away to these areas that are way more expensive to live, but aren't near any fossil fuel infrastructure. And again, like I went over in the past, the reason that a lot of people of color live by this fossil fuel infrastructure is redlining in the past, where their parents, their grandparents, et cetera, weren't even allowed to live in these other areas. And so where they live now is what they were stuck with back then as well.
Well, that gives us food for thought. So that, I think, concludes this evening's presentation. We will be back again tomorrow morning at 8 for breakfast. And then we'll start with our morning presenters at 9 o'clock. which we have four amazing people going to talk to us, and each offering a different perspective on this. And that's one of the reasons for the summit, is to try and create as rounded an understanding of these issues as we can. And so that we see that, well, I think the hope of the summit organizers is that we see that there aren't any choices other than to divest, because the costs are potentially too great. Seeing what the neighborhood in Torrance is like is devastating. And being from a different background, different ethnicity, I haven't had to live in those kind of environments. And I am horrified that that's still happening as much as it is, not just on the news, but around the corner. So thank you for bearing witness to that. I hope we can continue to do more of this tomorrow. So thank you very much. See you then. All right, well, it's now 9:01, so we're going to get started. Welcome back this morning. We have four wonderful speakers today. Jim Antal, Reverend Jim Antal, will be starting with us in just a few moments. He's coming in remotely, but everyone else will be in person. So that's always nice to have live people speaking before us. Last night we heard from William Morris, which was a very powerful testimony to his experience, quite personal, living with the effects of fossil fuels. We'll hear more from different perspectives today. I'll just say a few words about Reverend Jim, and then I'll open us in prayer. Reverend Jim Antal is a denominational leader, climate activist, author, and public theologian. He serves as special advisor on climate justice to the general minister and president of the United Church of Christ. An environmental activist since the first Earth Day, he has preached on the climate crisis since 1988 in over 400 settings and is engaged in nonviolent civil disobedience on numerous occasions. Antal's book, Climate Church, Climate World, now available in a revised and updated second edition, a little plug there, is being studied by hundreds of congregations. From 2006 to 2018, Antal led the 350 UC churches in Massachusetts as their conference minister and president. Antal wrote and championed three groundbreaking national UCC resolutions. In 2013, the UCC became the first national body to vote to divest from fossil fuels. In 2017, the National UCC Synod voted to declare a new moral era in opposition to President Trump's withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. And in 2019, the UCC National Synod became the first Christian denomination to endorse the Green New Deal. So we'll welcome Reverend Jim in just a moment, but I'm going to continue with Parable by Louise Gluck as our opening worshipful time of prayer. First, divesting ourselves of worldly goods, as St. Francis teaches, in order that our souls not be distracted by gain and loss, and in order also that our bodies be free to move easily at the mountain passes. We had then to discuss whether or not we might travel, with the second question being, should we have a purpose, against which many of us argued fiercely that such purpose corresponded to worldly goods, meaning a limitation or constriction. Whereas others said it was by this word we were consecrated, pilgrims rather than wanderers. In our mind, the word translated as a dream, something sought, so that by concentrating we might see it glimmering among the stones and not pass blindly by each. Each further issue we debated equally fully, the arguments going back and forth so that we grew, some said, less flexible and more resigned, like soldiers in a useless war. And snow fell upon us, and the wind blew, which in time abated. Where the snow had been, many flowers appeared, and where the stars had shone, the sun rose over the tree line so that we had shadows again. Many times this happened. Also rain, also flooding sometimes, also avalanches in which some of us were lost. And periodically we would seem to have achieved an agreement, our canteens hoisted upon our shoulders. But always that moment passed. So after many years, we were still at that first stage, still preparing to begin a journey, but we were changed nonetheless. We could see this in one another. We had changed, although we never moved. And one said, "Ah, behold how we have aged, traveling from day to day, only neither forward nor sideward." And this seemed in a strange way miraculous. And those who believed we should have a purpose believed this was the purpose. And those who felt we must remain free in order to encounter truth felt it had been revealed. Blessings on this summit this day. There will be time for questions after Reverend Jim has finished. We'll do that for about 15 minutes. The mic will be passed around here for those in person. For those online, use the Q&A and put your questions in there. Now, please, a round of welcome for Reverend Jim Antal.
Well, let me begin by thanking Sharon Delgado for inviting me to address this important gathering. And I also want to give a shout out to William Morris. I understand he spoke a little bit about where he lives. It turns out I grew up in Torrance. And full confession, my dad was the designer of much of that refinery that I'm guessing William spoke about. He and I have been on programs together. It's great to join him on this program that you're doing. And also, just so that you know, I started out as a Methodist, and I came from a very dysfunctional family, and it was really the MYF that saved my life. I'm also grateful to the MYF for introducing me to Dietrich Bonhoeffer. When I was in 8th or 9th grade, we read Letters and Papers from Prison in the MYF. And needless to say, it's a pertinent text for the living of our days now. I'm going to begin by offering some background and a brief history of the movement to divest from fossil fuel companies and the role that I and my denomination, the United Church of Christ, have played. And then I'll offer 6 responses to the question, why divest? And then I'll wrap up by providing a brief response to the most common criticisms of divestment. But the thing I really look forward to is the Q&A after I conclude. Those of us who were activists back in the 1970s and the 1980s remember the anti-apartheid movement. When Nelson Mandela was released from prison and visited the United States, he intentionally visited those cities and universities that divested from companies doing business in South Africa in order to thank them. Bob Massey's 1997 book, Loosing the Bonds, the United States and South Africa in the Apartheid Years, it tells the full story of the essential role divestment played in ending apartheid. Fast forward to August 2012, when Bill McKibben wrote a cover article for Rolling Stone magazine proposing that individuals and institutions divest from fossil fuel corporations. His article became the most read article in the history of Rolling Stone magazine. It was also met with ridicule, incredulity, mockery, and laughter. When the article came out, I was in my 6th year as leader of the almost 400 UCC churches in Massachusetts. Engaging those churches in the climate crisis had been one of the foci of my ministry. In December 2012, the Massachusetts Conference of the United Church of Christ Board of Directors endorsed a divestment resolution I had written. I wrote the resolution so it could be presented to our national UCC Synod in July 2013. And then in the 6 months prior to the Synod, I convinced 10 of the other 35 UCC conferences to endorse the resolution. As the author and chief proponent of the resolution, I reached out to both the UCC Pension Board and United Church Funds, which is the entity that invests most UCC church and denominational endowments. The Pension Board publicly opposed the resolution, favoring instead the strategy of shareholder activism in concert with our denomination's long-standing relationship with the Interfaith Center for Corporate responsibility. I'll come back to this in a moment, but at the time I pointed out that shareholder activism can and has made a difference when a company has a flaw in their business plan that violates moral norms and needs to be corrected. But shareholder activism cannot succeed when the flaw is the business plan of the company or industry. United Church Funds took a different approach. They worked with me, and we spent literally hundreds of hours identifying mutually agreeable edits to my resolution that would make the resolution actionable and would allow United Church Funds to live into the resolution's commitments. When the UCC National Synod met in July 2013, I presented the revised resolution, and to the surprise of many, Synod passed the revised resolution by a sizable majority. With that vote, the UCC became the first national body of any kind and the first religious body in America to vote to divest from fossil fuel corporations. Almost every major news outlet in the country covered our action. A Nobel Prize laureate, as well as the head of a major Protestant denomination, sent me their congratulations. And Archbishop Desmond Tutu emailed me to say, and I'm quoting, "We hope others will follow your splendid example." And they have. Since that vote, over the past 12 years, portfolios worth over $40 trillion have purged their holdings of fossil fuel stock. This includes institutions like the several Rockefeller foundations, as well as Riverside Church, all built by Standard Oil, now Exxon. And faith institutions make up 35% of the over 1,300 institutions that have divested thus far. This is a response no one imagined, not Bill McKibben and certainly not me. Churches, philanthropic foundations, and universities began to realize what the finance leaders of most, if not all, churches and denominations had long realized, that how we invest our capital, it matters, not only materially, but morally. However, in 2013, no one in the finance world could imagine having a balanced portfolio without investing in fossil fuel corporations. While the UCC and other socially conscious investors screened out companies that conflicted with their values, tobacco, alcohol, gambling, military products and services, in 2013, it seemed impossible to walk away from investing in the oil, coal, and gas industry. But in response to the 2013 divestment resolution, our United Church Funds began to figure out how to create what would become the first fossil fuel-free fund. And create it they did. By 2015, UCC churches were given the option of investing their endowments in the groundbreaking Beyond Fossil Fuel funds. And because a rapidly growing number of investors holding trillions of dollars of capital began clamoring for balanced funds that were free of fossil fuel stocks, by 2018, just about every major investment firm offered any investor a fossil fuel-free fund. Let me point out another example of impact. In 2020, Pope Francis urged Catholic institutions to divest from the fossil fuel industry. Now, it's one thing when the moral license of a company or an industry is revoked by the world's most prominent religious leader, or by a widespread social movement. But 2 years before the Pope called for divestment, Royal Dutch Shell, in their 2017 annual report to shareholders, said that if the divestment movement continues, and now I'm quoting, it could have a material adverse effect on the price of our securities and our ability to access equity capital markets. End quote. While many had written off divestment as an ineffective, merely symbolic action, suddenly divestment was regarded as a, quote, material threat, unquote, by one of the largest companies in the world. Let me put the divestment movement in context. From its beginning in 2009, the climate movement has been driven by young people, people of color, and indigenous people. And beginning in 2011, the focus of the climate movement shifted from the demand side to the supply side. For decades, environmentalists concentrated their efforts on the demand side. And those efforts to renew, recycle, and reuse, they remain critically important. But in the summer of 2011, we shifted our attention to the supply side. We began in 2011 focusing on the impossible task of stopping the Keystone XL pipeline from being built. 9 years later, President Biden canceled the KXL pipeline from being built. And over the past decade, dozens of other pipelines have been canceled as a consequence of effective, nonviolent civil disobedience. Of course, convincing pension funds, universities, religious, and philanthropic institutions to divest from fossil fuel companies is another supply-side strategy, as are the dozens of lawsuits now being brought against fossil fuel companies and the governments that subsidize them. A more recent supply-side strategy are the protests against banks like JP Morgan Chase, Citibank, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo that have pumped over $4 trillion into the fossil fuel industry in the 9 years since the Paris Climate Accords. As Bill McKibben says, money is the oxygen on which the fire of the climate crisis burns. Now I want to provide 6 responses to the question, why divest? Because if it's a sin to wreck creation, then it's a sin to profit from wrecking creation. That's a quote from the ecumenical patriarch of the Orthodox Church, ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew. In the case of the fossil fuel industry, for well over 15 years, we've known that if all they do is carry out their business plan, they will wreck the earth. Once this is known, and we accept that we are morally responsible for how we use our money, we can no longer profit from owning shares in fossil fuel companies, and we are morally compelled to divest. Here's the second reason to divest: to revoke the social license fossil fuel companies need to continue their business as usual practices that are wrecking the earth. The third reason is simple. We need to, as they say, keep it in the ground. I'm talking about stranded assets. If the world is going to remain inhabitable beyond the next 50 years, the fossil fuel industry will have to leave at least $1.4 trillion worth of oil, coal, and gas in the ground over the next 3 decades. And just to be clear, as I think all of you know, individuals who become CEOs of oil companies tend not to be the sort of people who will abandon $1.4 trillion without, let us say, a struggle. My fourth reason is a cautionary warning. Don't divest so that you can claim moral purity. When it comes to the issues of energy, ecology, and economics, there's no such thing as moral purity. My fifth reason is something that's crucial to all ethical behavior. What we do with our assets matters, all of our assets. We need to examine all our assets so that we can use all of them to amplify the witness God is calling us to make with the time we have been given. Here's what I consider to be a person's assets: your voice, your body, your circle of influence and friends, our legal system, your financial assets, and your time, your career, or what many of us would call your vocation. And the sixth reason to divest from fossil fuels is this: because for 50 years, fossil fuel companies have lied in order to keep making unimaginable profits for their shareholders. As early as the 1960s, the American Petroleum Institute recognized that the carbon dioxide produced by burning fossil fuels deserved as much concern as the smog and soot that had commanded attention for decades. In 1975, the fossil fuel corporations hired the best climate scientists in the world. As early as 1977, those scientists told the board of Exxon that climate change is caused by humans burning fossil fuel. It's getting worse. And while the oceans are absorbing most of the excess CO2, that will not continue indefinitely. As far back as 1977, the oil companies predicted exactly the global warming impacts that we are seeing today. But instead of releasing those reports, Exxon hired the best ocean scientists and asked them if the oceans were saving us by absorbing the excess CO2. In the mid-1980s, the ocean scientists confirmed those findings. And at about the same time, Exxon's engineers reported a breakthrough in their ability to drill horizontally into shale. This allowed Exxon to extract more natural gas than anyone could imagine, what today we refer to as fracking. So what did Exxon do? First, they fired those climate scientists and buried their reports. And then Exxon hired a few fake scientists, the same fake scientists that the tobacco industry had hired in 1978. Just as these fake scientists had sown the seeds of doubt about whether smoking caused cancer, they began to sow the seeds of doubt about whether climate change was real. Over the past 4.5 decades, fossil fuel corporations and their think tank partners have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on various disinformation campaigns and supporting politicians who would do their bidding. To show their gratitude for this support, nearly 1/4 of the current members of Congress are climate change deniers. This is what moral bankruptcy looks like. And to this day, America remains the only place in the world where climate denial has any political or cultural traction. Now, finally, I want to provide brief responses to several of the most common criticisms of divestment. You'll hear it said that divestment has never worked as a strategy. But as I said in my opening comments, none other than Nelson Mandela credits divestment with overturning apartheid. Here's another common criticism. Some argue that because fossil fuels built our modern Western economies, fossil fuel is therefore essential to developing the third world and ending poverty. This could not be further from the truth. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has been at pains to point out that people who are socially, economically, culturally, politically, institutionally, or otherwise marginalized are especially vulnerable to climate change. The entire planet is now fully capable of a rapid and just transition to renewable clean energy. Not only that, we now have all the technology we need to make that transition. All we lack is the will. Many oppose divestment by saying that if you divest, you give up your moral leverage to help make the company do the right thing. But as I said earlier, shareholder activism can work when a company has a flaw in their business plan that violates moral norms and needs to be corrected. But shareholder activism cannot succeed when the flaw is the business plan. Here's another. When the divestment movement first got started in 2012 and 2013, it was true that if you sold your fossil fuel stock, someone else would just buy it and the company would not be hurt. But now that portfolios worth over $40 trillion have purged their fossil fuel stock holdings, institutional and individual investors now recognize that fossil fuel stocks are no longer a sure bet. In fact, they are increasingly viewed by more and more people as a foolish investment and increasingly as an immoral investment. You'll hear it said that the stocks I or my church owns are only a tiny portion of all that company's stocks. But when you divest your meager holdings, your action is joined to the action of thousands of institutions and tens of thousands of individuals. Some financial managers still say that you can't have a balanced portfolio without holding fossil fuel stocks. This is simply no longer true. Now there are countless mutual funds that offer a balanced portfolio free of fossil fuel stocks. Some people think that you will lose money if you divest. Several analyses show that divestment doesn't mean an automatic loss of profits. In fact, the MSCI Low Carbon Target Index has been outperforming its traditional counterpart since 2010. I'll end this presentation by returning to the quote from the worldwide leader of the Orthodox Church, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew. Why divest from fossil fuel companies? If it's a sin to wreck creation, then it's a sin to profit from wrecking creation. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. That was a great speech. And I think you've made it before. So
Indeed.
Do we have questions here from the audience that people would like to ask Jim? Or anything online? Nothing online? Yes, Kelly.
Hi. Oh, sure. I'm just wondering about the data. So your own investments now measured against a standard metric. Do you have that data in your report there about how you guys have been performing relative to that?
You know, I can't provide you a quote on that. I know that in the annual reports of our United Church funds, our denominations, United Church funds, as well as now our pension funds. I didn't mention in my presentation that since the initial move, the initial vote to divest in 2013, while the pension fund opposed us at the beginning, they've now come around and now offer anybody whose investments are in the pension fund the option of holding fossil fuel free funds. What I do know, but I don't have the technical data to quote to you, is that any time I have asked United Church funds how the Beyond Fossil Fuel Fund is doing, with a bit of surprise in their voice, they say, you know what, it's better than our balanced fund, as a matter of fact. So I realize that's an anecdotal response to what you've asked, but I'm I'm sort of a moral leader. I'm not a specialized finance guy, but we do have those guys at our national offices, and they could certainly answer these questions. Thank you.
I actually had a question for you, Jim. In one of your 6 reasons, you said it's important to keep the 1.4 trillion fossil fuels that are still in the ground rather than taking them out. Is that, can you speak a little bit more about why that is so?
Well, so really that gets into essentially the science of global warming and climate change. And the more we continue this perilous path of burning fossil fuel, be it from cars or from industry or from heating our homes or whatever source, farming is a big source also. So long as we continue that, we are making our children's future and our own future worse. And so the level of CO2 in the atmosphere right now, if you look at the website for the Mauna Loa device that has been measuring CO2 in the atmosphere for the past, I don't know, 60 or 70 years, and it's still in operation. There have been conversations of the current administration to close down this device. It will tell you that the parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere is now 429. The safe level for continuity of creation is 350. That's why Bill McKibben's first organization is called 350.org, because we got to get back down from whatever we're at now in the 400s back down to 350. But so long as we continue to burn fossil fuel, then the parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere will continue to go up. Carbon in the atmosphere, persists in terms of increasing the heat of both the oceans and the atmosphere. It persists for anywhere from 20 to 80 years. What's worse than carbon in the atmosphere is methane, or what you all might think of as so-called natural gas. And when methane is released, which of course it's released from every drill, every location of drilling that's trying to bring up natural gas, it remains in the atmosphere. It persists in the atmosphere for a longer period of time than carbon dioxide. So technically speaking, and thinking of the financial people who are listening to me, this is, as you all know, called stranded assets. And the fundamental idea that the oil, gas, and coal companies are going to walk away from assets which they have every legal right under the current laws in almost every place in the world to continue to mine. The idea that they're just going to voluntarily walk away from that is ridiculous. They won't, even though their continuation of doing their, as I said several times in my presentation, their business as usual will kill their children. So that's the dilemma that we have. And how shall I put it? To the point of your question, walking away from $1.4 trillion worth of known assets is a small price to pay for the projection of life on our planet as we've known it, at least for the past 12,000 years.
Thank you. Thank you. Other, Kinda.
Hey, hello, Jim. It's good to see you again.
Hi.
So I had a couple things I wanted to just kind of follow up on and sort of maybe create a fuller picture. When we're talking about stranded assets, for example, we are also stranding cleanup, right? It's like there are abandoned leaking wells everywhere. The wells that they're supposed, even wells that are tended aren't necessarily well tended and are leaking like crazy. We have stranded water cleanup. We have stranded land and soil, and of course the air pollution. There was a cool article in Climate News that basically said that treating Texas's oil field wastewater could require more energy than most US states. So this is a huge burden on our economy, right? So these are things that weigh heavily on the prosperity of ourselves and our future generations. And earlier you spoke to sort of the talk about how, well, we need fossil fuels to continue this prosperity. But I would submit that 8,000 years ago, God created a stable climate. And in that stable climate, we have flourished as human beings and created all of civilization and writing. And so what are we doing now with that? So that's a kind of, so yeah, so I don't know if you want to speak to any of that, but like, just like riffing off of what you're talking about, Jim, is just awesome.
Well, so I appreciate everything you just said. And all I would add to it is, as it turns out, I'm pretty sure today on NPR, All Things Considered, there's going to be a special report on, and the number it might astonish some of you, the over 800,000 wells that are underproducing, meaning that the product, whether it's so-called natural gas or oil that's coming out of the well, it's much less than what they had hoped when they drilled the well, but it's still leaking, and as a consequence, no one's making any money off of this, and yet it's killing our children's future. So 800,000 and higher is the number of abandoned wells. That's just in West Texas. We're not talking about, Utah and Wyoming and other places. I would just add that to what you've said. In terms of the 8,000 years of kind of a steady climate, that's somewhere between 12,000 and 8,000 years, our climate has been steady. And it's a little hard for us as a current generation to just wrap our heads around the fact that everything we have known as history is 100% of it supported by God's creation that for these 8, 10, 12,000 years has had a kind of continuity. And that continuity we have ended by the activity of roughly 7 generations. That's it. All these other 400 generations, roughly, prior to that, they behaved in a way that it allowed that continuity of creation, that gift of life to persist in a contiguous way. But 7 generations of us, once kind of Drake discovered oil in West Pennsylvania, the quote gift of that energy has created the dilemma. Now, all of that sounds so negative. The real positive thing that I want to add to what you said is the almost unimaginable work that the scientists have done. When Carter put solar panels on the White House in 1980, if you compare the cost of those solar panels from 1980 to the cost of solar panels today cost 1/600th. That's 1/600. 1/600th the cost of what they cost in 1980 when Carter put them on the White House. All the scientists have done their job. All we need to do is to deploy what they have. I've seen documented data saying that essentially changing out of fossil fuel for all of our energy sources and shifting over to renewable energy, total cost worldwide would be, roughly $6 to $8 trillion, and it would repay that amount within 6 years in terms of the positive health consequences for that shift, as well as the fact that oh, gee, nobody is going to charge you for the sunlight. Nobody is going to charge you for the wind. So that repayment comes back very, very fast. This is all about the will of humanity to actually right itself and set forward a correct course, a morally correct course, as well as survivably correct course, rather than allowing the capitalist profiteers for one more generation to make an unlimited amount of money.
Thank you. Yes, other question.
I wanted to raise the question with you around the divestment and the issues of portfolio performance. Now, one of the things I always hear by our pension boards and others is that they do have a fiduciary responsibility, right, for the holdings that they have and to making the best money that they can for those people who are their shareholders and their clients, basically. While I think it's good news that that portfolios that are fossil free are beginning to perform as well as. I'm not sure I really want that to be an argument that stops people from divesting, right? It's like, in some ways, as a person whose money is being held by Westpath, I wouldn't mind that I would get less on my pension account by doing it so that my children in my life will actually have a planet. So I get a little worried when we sort of we make one of the arguments of divestment is, well, the portfolio will perform just as well. I actually don't care if it performs just as well. And so I just want to, I worry a little bit when we lean into that it'll perform just as well as a way to sort of appease the rightful responsibility that people have for their fiduciary responsibility. So I just wanted you to talk about that a little bit.
So two things. First of all, I really appreciate your sharing your own personal witness in what you have just said. The kind of comment you just made was exactly the kind of comment that would come to the microphone back in 2013 because no one knew. In fact, financial people said it would be impossible to sort of keep pace with a balanced portfolio if you didn't have fossil fuels in it. It as it turns out, they were wrong. But that's a separate point from the point that you're making, which is a moral point about what we do with our money. The other thing is, I just want to share the name of a man who was appointed by Ronald Reagan for the I don't know if it was the Federal Trade Commission or the Federal Bank. But in any case, his name is Beavis Longstreet. So I think he gets the prize for like best name, right? And Beavis Longstreet back in 2012 came out with the comment again as a conservative Reagan-appointed national investment guy. He came out with a statement that it was fiduciarily irresponsible to remain invested in fossil fuel stocks because if the product is simply used the way it is intended, it kills the investor. And, to have a 75-year-old guy at Harvard, I heard him say this at Harvard Law School back in 2012, and I quote him in my book. It's sort of the kind of straightforward, cuts through all the BS that I think has a lot of this conversation has been caught up in. So I just thought that was relevant to your comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Couple comments on online. The first was a question from Sharon Delgado, who invited you, and she basically asked exactly what the bishop just asked. So she said after she heard the bishop's question to disregard her comments. So we'll move to the next one. And this question is, what specific role do faith-based organizations and religious institutions play or have played in the divestment movement?
Well, if you look at the entirety of the roughly 1,300 institutions that have divested over the past 12 years, 35% of those institutions are religious institutions. I think the basic answer to this question is that religious institutions have played a very, very fundamental role, and it was not for nothing that the United Church of Christ was the first national and the first religious organization to kind of get this going. We would have been the first organization of any kind, except that the Environmental College, I'm forgetting its name right now, but it's in Maine. They divested in early 2013, so it was a couple of months before we did. They are also the ones who, when they saw that some of the relic sun panels that Trump and his first administration or was it Trump? Yeah, or was it somebody else earlier than that? Maybe it was Reagan. It was Reagan that took them off the White House. Then they were just in storage for like 50 years. And this college, they acquired a couple of those solar panels. And then at one point, I guess it was at the beginning of Trump's administration, what they did was they took the solar panel and they did a march from their university down to Washington, D.C. So from Maine to Washington, D.C., just to point out that, solar power was the future, and we needed to affirm that. The science since then, that was, 2017, 2018, the science since then has continued to just accelerate. And, for the life of me, having grown up in a family of scientists and, with Sputnik and John Glenn and Alan Shepard, and that whole history was just kind of my own personal history. I just find it unbelievable that we're living now in an age where science is well, let's just say it's no longer in the position that it was. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Jim. I think that concludes our questions. So please, a big round of applause for Jim Antal and his life's work.
Thank you so much. This has been a real pleasure.
Thank you, Reverend. Hope to see you again soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, please, a round of applause for Jake Barnett. Everyone, hello.
the middle coast of Chicago. Hi, everyone. My name is Jake Barnett. I'm gonna just give a brief introduction to myself because I think it's important just to contextualize who I am and how I'm coming to this conversation. I am an earth keeper for UMC, good friends with Jenny Phillips, who, if you all have not thought about the Earth Keeper program or heard about it, would just plug that briefly as a great way to get involved in climate in the UMC. Some of my professional background is up here, but I want to talk a little bit more about my personal journey to this work of sustainable investment, since I head up the sustainable investment department for Westpath. And it really started for me over 10 years ago now, when I was at Morgan Stanley as an institutional consultant and was looking to partner with people who wanted to invest their money in an impactful way that really reflected their values. And in St. Louis 10, 12 years ago, that wasn't a popular conversation. It wasn't that a lot of people were trying to have that discussion. But the community that I found that really was the Catholic women religious. And so I ended up working extensively with the Catholic women religious, and really found an incredible set of mentors and kind of guidance for myself in terms of the work, and came to appreciate the role that faith-based leaders had played in pushing forward on a lot of these issues, just as Jim was talking about. It got to the point where, I would talk about the sisters so much and I would spend so much time with them that some of my friends started calling me Sister Jake. and I take that as an honorific. But after working at Morgan Stanley for about 7 years with the sisters and having kind of a milestone project of launching the first ever climate solutions fund at Morgan Stanley that was seeded by the Dominican sisters, I found that I really wanted to work in a more values aligned institution, someone that was kind of more thoughtful in pushing these issues forward. And I had a friend who worked at Westpath at the time, and there was an opening. He referred me in, and I've been there for the last 5 years or so. So I now head up the sustainable investment department, and today I want to talk to you all about how we're seeking to better partner with folks that are interested in using divestment as a vehicle of values expression within their portfolio. And one of the commitments I'm going to make today is just, and I think folks that have talked to me about this hopefully have felt this from me, recognizing that sometimes between Westpath and folks that have been pushing for divestment, there has been an acrimonious relationship. I think at this point in time, I'm hoping to find that there is extensive common ground about care for creation, about respect for human rights, about pushing these issues forward, and that we're looking for some of the ways in which we can partner together more thoughtfully and meet people where they are. And the next slide explains what we're going to be talking about today in that regard, which is the Social Values Choice Fund. So the Social Values Choice Fund was launched a number of years ago in about 2017. And what it is a series of funds. It's both an equity and a bond fund. So two separate funds that can make up a portfolio that excludes fossil fuels, as well as companies that were flagged by stakeholders as of concern in conflict affected and high risk areas, specifically Israel, Palestine, Caterpillar, as Bishop Olewine was talking about yesterday, Hewlett Packard, Motorola. And in the bond fund, it also excludes the countries named in the resolution at General Conference last year for concerns about military occupation, Israel, Turkey, and Morocco. So it's a way to have a focus on higher exclusion. And it's effectively the equivalent to what Jim was talking about in his slide just a minute ago of an option in the pension fund where people could opt in to using exclusion. So it is our desire to meet people where they are in some of these aspects. And it integrates positive investing too. So it thinks about how do we lean in to companies, not only exclude those companies that are identified as lagging in these areas, but lean into those companies where we might see better leadership on environmental, social, and governance issues. So if we go to the next slide, the big thing that we want to be transparent about and that we've gotten good feedback about in just talking through this slide is we are targeting market rate returns here. So this is not this is not designed to be a sacrificial financial option. It's designed to perform in alignment with the market. It is broadly diversified, meaning that it holds a number of equities in the global context, as well as a number of different bond investments in the bond fund. And so what you will hear about and see some examples of, not to spoiler alert, but that it has performed largely in alignment with markets and with the benchmarks that we put forth for it. Going to the next slide. One of the things that our incoming Chief Investment Officer, Johara Farhadieh, tasked the entire team with was also doing a refresh of all of the funds that we had available at Westpath, make sure that they're all in alignment with best in class for these different conversations. And Social Values Choice Fund, we wanted to be a best in class option. We wanted it to really align to what we considered best practices within the investment vehicles. And so what we did is looked closely at the bond fund and the equity fund. And with the bond fund, we found this really still aligns with what we consider best practices. With the equity fund, we saw there might be some room for improvement here. And so in the case of the equity fund, we actually hosted a request for proposals process. My team in sustainable investment and the investment management team interviewed about 10 different potential partners to work with on that investment for the social values equity fund. And we eventually went with a new fund partner, which you will see a little bit more information on the next slide. So this is kind of the financial factors. I'm happy to talk through any of these with folks, but I recognize that in the case of the Divestment Summit, This might be more about some of the values alignment pieces. So I want to talk a little bit more about the practicalities on the next slide. We actually went with a partner who's a little bit different than we were working with previously. Previously, we were working with Northern Trust, very large asset manager, a strong financial shop, and we decided to go with a smaller and scrappier manager. Exponence is a Black women-led, Black women-owned firm. For those of you that are familiar with finance, you'll recognize that that's unfortunately a rarity. About 1.3% of overall funds are owned and run by people of color. So we really wanted to support a newer manager who was starting out. And there were reasons for that were obviously values aligned for us in terms of our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. But there were also commitments that made sense from a practical standpoint. This was a scrappy manager. They were hungry to work with us. And because we're bringing such a rich expertise as leaders in sustainable investment for over 20 years, we're actually partnering with them to design what their positive environmental, social, and governance integration looks like. So we're going to be working with them to help them launch this facet of their investment process. And as a result of the value that we're bringing effectively as a consultant to them on this question, they were willing to offer us very competitive fees as a client. So previously with Northern Trust, the fees were about 0.15%. With Exponence, they're going to be 0.4%. So in terms of the overall fund structure, that led to a reduction of about 33%, or a third, in the cost of the fund. So not only were we able to work with a more values aligned partner, we were able to make the equity fund much more affordable for the underlying clients. Next slide, please. Here, you'll just see that the performance in terms of the benchmark that we've put forth is largely in alignment with what the overall market is doing. So once again, we think this is a great option in terms of being best in class, offering strong performance. Next slide. And then the bond fund, for those of you familiar with finance, bonds aren't usually as fun as equities. So the bond fund is more boring. We stayed with the same manager. It's a great option. It is performing, as you'll see on the next slide, in alignment with the general market. And in this case, we're working with the institutional leader in fixed income and bond markets, PIMCO. So on the next slide, you'll see they're just really incredibly strong shop, very, very experienced in environmental, social, and governance integration. So they remained a strong option for us on the bond fund. Next slide, please. Here are the fees in terms of the structure, just to be transparent about what this is as an option. We think it's really competitive in the marketplace. And then on the last slide, I want to end with some of the next steps for what we see for the Social Values Choice Fund. So this is, for us, a continuing evolution of how do we partner, how do we offer this more effectively, how do we strengthen it for the denomination. You'll hear from Julia Frisbie in just a moment about the launch of this fund series, not only for individual participants at Westpath, but also for our institutional clients, making it available for foundations, endowments, other clients that we're working with on the institutional side. So that launch happened last year, and we've seen some strong take up from our foundation clients and some of our agency partners. We also recognize, and Sharon has been a force for this, that there are potential areas for strengthening the screens to reflect what people's values are. And I think Daniel has supported that work, I believe, in terms of some of what was identified. We want to set up a process for this because it's important for us to have a regular way of listening to stakeholders, make that broadly available, and then bring it back to our board for consideration, because we want to continue to be thoughtful in how we run these funds, because we take the responsibility of the assets that are entrusted to us very seriously. So it's a way for us to continue to hear different voices, continue to seek to be responsive, while also having a strong process in place that makes sure that we're being thoughtful about how we help steward these assets. And then the last piece, which we've publicly committed to, is offering the Social Values Choice Fund as an option in life stage. For those of you that are in the P series, life stage is the equivalent of what you might see, for example, in a 401k or 403b plan in terms of a target date fund. So about 80% of people that we see in our participant base tend to want to use that target date fund or life stage to help them manage the risk on their account, and only 20% self-direct. And some of that 20% is the Social Values Choice Fund opt-in individuals, because that is the only option to get Social Values Choice Fund right now. We recognize that was a barrier. We wanted to overcome that barrier. And so with the rollout of Compass, we've committed to that being an opt-in option within the fund structure, and we will seek to broadly communicate that as an option. So that is the presentation on Social Values Choice Fund and some of what we're doing. I'm happy to talk on any other issue that might be of interest, but I wanted to make sure to cover this piece because another piece of feedback we've heard is that there's a lot of interest in us being thoughtful and proactive in communicating this out as an option to participants and to institutional investors. And so we're trying to live into that commitment in meeting you where you are. So thank you all so much for the time and for the opportunity to present, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. My name's Kelly. I'm with CFA. I'm just wondering, does Westpath, you have a goal for how much we'll end up? So this is great progress and it's 2025 now.
Sure.
So is there a goal? Does the board hoping to see, X amount of assets shifted in this direction, having made some of these tools available? Or is this, if we build it, surely they will come?
Well, I do think we are actively prospecting in terms of like sharing news with this with institutional clients. We've been having a number of conversations with our existing agency partner clients about they've had an interest in divestment for some time. And so we've actually been actively working with them on the back end of their investment portfolios and committees to shift assets from our existing funds into Social Values Choice Funds. There's not an explicit target named in terms of where we would seek to get this fund structure to. We're committed to having it run as it is. It doesn't need any more base for us in order to remain a viable long-term product. But I think we are wanting to just have it be a continued option that's available for those that want to opt in, and wanting to be better where we can at educating and sharing the news of this with people, because sometimes the feedback we hear is not everybody's aware of this, or that there might be a better job that our plan sponsor relations team could do in making sure to have materials and making sure to have this be something that we're actively educating people on. So I would say no explicit goal, but a goal to be more outspoken and to do a better job telling the story of this fund. 95%. Okay, I'll bring that back.
This is such a huge improvement, and I was so glad as we were starting to get this into Westpath and make this available for us. I guess the question would be, where's the dialogue internally amongst the staff, but also the board, for fossil free to not just be an option for social values, but actually a part of the whole portfolio?
Yeah, I would say one of the conversations that we're seeking to have and that we're still in the kind of formation stages of is that the primary guidance within the Book of Discipline in relation to sustainable investment is paragraph 717. And paragraph 717 really lays out three core tenets. It tells people to invest thoughtfully and to aspire to align with the social principles. It says to avoid certain areas, and those historically have been alcohol, tobacco, firearms, gambling, pornography, and the most recent addition is private prisons. And then it calls for engagement as a tool of how we're going to move forward. One of the things that we recognize is that paragraph 717 is a bit of a Frankenstein monster, because it's come about, it's had multiple different discussions that where it was amended in the kind of pressurized environment of general conference, and that it is not that's not necessarily the place to tease out is it complexity or complications? I can't remember. Complexity. It's not the place. I wanted to make sure not to step in it. Not the place to tease out the complexity within these conversations. Because as you well know, Bishop Olewine, it's not only fossil fuels, there's also very real concerns around human rights. And there's increasing concerns, for example, that are sometimes brought to us that have in relation to Tesla, which would actually be traditionally considered a clean energy company, but has concerns being raised for very different issues. So we're receiving these kind of inbound inquiries on a consistent basis about how do we align. And as Jim talked about, there is no position of moral purity. And so what we're seeking to do is actually be more thoughtful this quadrennium about reaching out to the broader church and being in dialogue about what alignment looks like and how and what the church wants. Because, you know, I would say too, I was talking to Kim yesterday about how I really appreciate having come into a faith-based space, how much of this is volunteer-led, how much of this is passion-led at a faith-based level. And I would say I'm grateful to come to these spaces. And I'm also showing up in a lot of spaces for Westpath where this is not the perspective within the church. If I'm going to West Virginia, if I'm going to Wyoming, there are very different perspectives on this issue. So this is not I appreciate getting to listen to this conversation. And I certainly take it to heart, and it might align more personally with where some of my passions lie, but it's my job to listen to the whole church as well. And we're trying our best to do that. As you probably well know, that's not always an easy proposition.
So one comment from online from Lori Ban, just great that you're addressing it, and thanks very much. And then in the tradition of somehow the bishop knowing what the questions are going to be online, we have the question that she just asked. Yeah, really well done manifesting. You actually don't need me here because so it's William Myers basically asked, why is Westpath not considering leaving fossil fuels investments so that all its options are free of them? And I think that kind of addressed that.
Yeah. And as you heard from Jim, that wasn't a decision that the pension fund took unilaterally in the case of UCC. It was through legislation. It was through the resolution project. And we are trying to work in closer partnership with the folks that are passionate on these issues. So that's part of our commitment.
Joan Pell. So is the Social Values Choice Fund considered to be fossil free, or is it low carbon? And what percentage is still in fossil stuff? And is there a gold standard as to what is considered to be fossil free that you're actually meeting, or
sure.
How do we get it to be fossil free if it's not?
So that is where okay, so I'm going to go into some more boring procedural things here because that's where I need to go as the finance person on these pieces. But the current structure and procedure for defining the screens for the fossil fuel free fund is based on reserves. It's effectively companies that are generating revenue from reserves. And that is a pretty well-known, pretty well-respected way of thinking about the world. That's, for example, where oftentimes, if you've heard of like the Carbon Underground 200, that's one of the definitions that they use. And what Sharon and Fossil Fuel Free UMC have brought up, and this is part of what we're committing to taking back and taking into account in the listening sessions, is that there are companies that work in the infrastructure level that don't necessarily hold reserves. So they're not necessarily drilling or doing the direct kind of refinery production, but they're building a lot of the pipelines. They might be doing the transmission sites, and the little bit of fossil fuel exposure that you see within the fund is those companies. So it's something that from our perspective, rather than just trying to play whack-a-mole with individual company names that might pop up, we would rather our preference would be, if this is the demand of the stakeholders, to change the process to include that part of the sector. So to actually change the process for the revenue screen, because that's going to be more resilient as a process over time. Because other companies might pop up and pop out, and that way we're catching those before they get brought up by stakeholders. So that's something that when I talked to Sharon, and she brought up this in kind of a formal letter from Fossil Fuel Free UMC to Westpath, I said, you know, from our perspective, we really appreciate you raising this point. It's one we're happy to bring to our board. The governance of the screens of the fund is not with the staff, it's at the board level. So we've committed to bring that question to the board and to host listening sessions in terms of tightening what we expect to hear, which is we want you to tighten those screens to take out the infrastructure companies. So that's a little bit more on the process side, and I'll likely be coordinating directly with Sharon in terms of the best way to coordinate those listening sessions and the best way to hear from folks, because we do want to give from a stakeholder engagement standpoint, we want to give a broad-based opportunity for any investor in the Social Values Choice Fund to participate in those. So we're not kind of picking and choosing who we're listening to. That feels important to us from a stakeholder transparency standpoint. Great.
Which is Julia Frisbie, Executive Director of the Faith Foundation Northwest. We have her background information. Julia, welcome.
Jake, you're really tall. Move this. There we go. Okay, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be with you. My name is Julia Frisbie, like the disc-shaped toy. And I'm the David in Seattle, right? So that's who I am and why I'm here. I'm here to talk about what it feels like from the other side. If you would advance the slide, that would be great. Nope, I want it again. So I'm here because I'm the case study, right? We did this up north a while back. And so just a little bit of background information. Our foundation up in the Pacific Northwest has been offering a fossil-free option since 2017. I serve the same area as Bishop Bridgeforth, and we have about 101 million under management. This is a little bit less than your foundation has, but it's like a decent comp. And one thing you need to know about our foundation is that we do use Westpath as an external asset manager. So it's a little different than you, but, and you just heard from Jake. So those social values choice ones are the ones we use for our fossil free portfolios. And so you know a little bit about what that's like. About 2/3 of the regional United Methodist foundations in the US use Westpath as, their asset manager. So your situation makes you like a little bit unique. I may be like a little bit more mainstream in the way we relate to Westpath. And we've had a great experience working with them. Our partnership has been a great selling point when we go and meet with churches and talk about their investments. And I say, but like we use at Westpath, especially the pastors, like they already trust Westpath. And so I see like their shoulders go down and they get this little smile and they're like, oh, okay, it's in the family. We're going to be fine. So they relax. So that's my context. It's not a perfect comp for your situation, but it's kind of like the closest comp we have. And that's why I'm here to talk about what it's been like for us. So next slide, just a little timeline. I've got like our grassroots activists activity down below the timeline, and then our like policy up above the timeline. And then I've got like the little yellow star, you are here. That's not to say that like your experience is going to be the same and your timeline is going to look the same as mine, but it is just to say that like I have big empathy for you. because in 2013 in our Episcopal area, Fossil Free UMC was founded by Jenny Phillips, who some of you know. She's from the Seattle area, so she's like one of ours. And so she started with us. And they were like very effective in the way that they built power. And in 2015, the Oregon-Idaho Conference voted to divest. And in 2016, the Pacific Northwest Conference voted to divest. I'm pointing out that both of these votes, it was different than your experience because Fossil Free UMC, I don't think they did not do a summit. They did not like get buy-in from the conference treasurers. In fact, our conference treasurers spoke against the divestment vote from the floor of conference, and it still passed in 2015 and 16, where I was. So both conferences had voted to divest. Of course, just like your foundation, like the conferences are our biggest customer. We can't live without them. So we had to come up with an option for them, right? And Westpath was a wonderful partner in like creating that option so that we could meet our investors' requirements. So in 2017, we opened our fossil free funds using the social values choice portfolio or funds from Westpath. And then there was like a sleeping time. So like I want you to know that if you decide to divest, you don't fall off a cliff. Like nothing really bad happens. Like your returns don't necessarily go down the toilet. You don't get sued for being a crummy fiduciary. Like it can be okay. In fact, things just sort of like slept. Things just stayed the same for a while. And time marched on. And at first, from that like 2017 to 2023, it was like only the conference assets that were in the fossil free funds. Church assets didn't move except for like 3 early adopter, super progressive churches. And the assets didn't grow. It just held steady. And we didn't see a lot of growth outside of market dynamics. But the market dynamics were powerful. Like, so for example, our most popular not fossil free option, which we call our diversified moderate portfolio, returned an average of 6.99% per year net of fees over the past 5 years. And in the same time period, in the same 5 years, our fossil free moderate portfolio with the exact same ratio, 65% equities, 35% bonds, returned an average of 8.63% per year net of fees. So that's 6.99% versus 8.63%. That's 164 basis points. That's a big difference. So while it looked like nothing was changing and everything was sleeping, people were watching and paying attention. And then our activists got reactivated in 2023. And they brought a really unique petition to our annual conference session in PNW, formally requesting that our foundation move its own assets. So like the stuff that we own, the endowments we own, our reserves, out of fossil fuels and into the fossil free portfolios. And they didn't have like authority to force us to do that move, but they knew they had influence. And they were right. So this legislation passed by an 89% margin. And on the side, separately, 16% of my annuitants called me on the phone. Annuitants, as you know, tend to be like skew pretty elderly. They don't email me, they call me and they say, can you please divest the annuity holdings from fossil fuels? So it was like this barrage of requests all of a sudden in 2023. And then in 2024, so we spent almost a whole year in discernment. And in 2024, we went ahead and divested our foundation's own holdings from fossil fuels. Now, that didn't mean we divested like all the money that we manage for everyone. We kept the not fossil free portfolios open, but we moved our money into the fossil free one. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that discernment process just because it's like so close in my rear view mirror. And I think it's applicable and may be helpful for what you're going through right now in your discernment process. Would you advance the slide? Okay. You can't read the numbers. That's okay. All you need to know are the words, they're too small. But we did this risk benefit analysis, right? We were trying to weigh the potential risks against the potential benefits of this move, making a public move of our own funds. So what we did was we tried to quantify the number of assets represented by that 89% vote at annual conference, and figured out, okay, what percentage of assets are at risk of flight if we make the decision one way or the other. And in the end, like we immediately crossed off some of our options, but our sweet spot ended up just going ahead and doing the divestment of our own funds, because that presented the lowest risk of capital flight and the greatest potential for good press and positive returns in the long run. So that's what we decided to do. That's why it has a little yellow star on it. If you would advance the slide one more time, here's what actually happened, right? So before was our projections. These are our actuals, what happened since we made this call in 2024. We had about $200,000 of capital flight. That's way lower than we thought it might be. And this represents exactly one church picking up its toys and going and playing somewhere else. It was a church, and I say it's partially attributable to the fossil free move, because this is a church that had disaffiliated. And so there were other big feelings in play. The fossil free thing was only part of their reason for leaving. That was the only client we lost all year. On the plus side, like, the benefit was so much bigger than I had imagined it might be. 7 out of 9 of our brand new congregational customers went straight into the fossil free funds. 5 of them were big $1 million plus customers. We had more than $12.8 million of new money flow into the fossil free portfolio. And it's actually higher now because I put in another 600,000 on Monday. So it just keeps coming. We had a great return. Our own reserve holdings grew by 6 figures. We had amazing press. In fact, our activists, which had once been our adversaries, became my best ever marketing team. And now they're like more helpful than the marketer that I pay to do that work. And that's not a diss on her. Like, she's amazing, but our activists, like, they do my job for me now. They're out ringing our bell for us, which is really cool. And they've brought me in front of new people all year long. So that's been really, really neat. And we were invited, you can't see on the slide, sorry. We were invited to participate in the climate justice task forces that are happening at both of our biggest annual conferences. Like, I was invited to come as an advisory member onto those task forces, which is cool because it allows us to then participate more closely in like the green energy transition that's happening in our congregation. So that's a really great point for me to plug in and like keep listening to our customers. Let's advance the slides. Okay, let's look another way to tell the story. These are our assets under management. The dark green ones are our normal portfolio, the diversified portfolios, the not fossil free ones. And the light green bars are our fossil free portfolios. And you can kind of see they like tootle along for a little while. And then all of a sudden, bam, in 2024, they jump up. And then even in the first couple months of 2025, that growth has continued. And you guys are the first people I get to share this with because it just happened last week. But the balance of our holdings just tipped from more in the not fossil free ones to more in the fossil free ones. So this is like unprecedented growth for us. And it's been really exciting to see. And it's not finished yet. It continues. I want to take a look, see the bracket there on the side. Let's talk about that new $21.7 million. I want to show you where it came from on the next slide. So if we try to attribute this, about 4 million is just people moving their money from one portfolio to another, right? Churches and agencies deciding to divest and moving from the not fossil free ones to the fossil free ones. About 5 million is market dynamics. And then all the rest, 12.8 million. And now as of this week, it's actually like 13.4 million is just new dollars that flowed in that we did not use to manage, that came to us specifically because we had a fossil free option. And we're still right in the middle. Like I said, I don't know where the ceiling is to like all the new assets that are flowing in. I've done 3 pitches in the last 2 weeks and there's like 6 more on the books. It's been overwhelming. It's been really, really cool. We're reaching new markets. And listen, I know past performance doesn't guarantee future results, but I would challenge you to name any other single tactic you could try that would increase your income by more than 10% in a year, right? Because it was a big deal for us. It's more than 13% of an increase in our assets under management. And all of our income comes from fees on assets under management, right? So for us, all like ethics and morals aside, this was an incredible business move. If we hadn't got on the fossil free bandwagon, we would have left a lot of money on the table. And I was going to mention, maybe just because Jake's in the room, but like one thing that's been really neat is the ecumenical partnerships we've been able to make, because we know that some other denominations have already made that move to fossil free. And so now we have an option to them if they want to work with us. Like, for example, earlier this month, I talked to some Buddhists, and apparently our fossil free portfolios are like well in line with Buddhist precepts. They were like, yeah, you meet all our requirements except the one that we're not allowed to do business with butchers, but that's like 2,500 years old. We're not gonna worry about that one. I can't do anything exactly, but they were like, no, it's fine. Like, we like this. This works for us. I would never have gotten to have that conversation if we hadn't been actively promoting this portfolio. Next slide, please. I want you to know that this isn't just happening in the Methodist world. This is way bigger than the Methodists. Here's Morningstar's most recent analysis about the flow of money into green or climate funds. Our fossil free portfolios would be purple in this category, right? The purple ones are the low carbon ones. And you can see the purple ones have been growing. This is global. So just in case you thought like all this hype in the Northwest didn't apply to you. But I also show this graph just to like, in case you're worried about getting criticized for not doing your fiduciary duty. The fossil free asset class is increasingly normal. Some of the fastest growing green funds in the world are managed by BlackRock, right? Like if BlackRock, the biggest asset manager in the world, can do it and still be considered a reasonable, prudent asset manager, then we can too. It's going to be okay. This is a global trend in investor preference, and answering it by providing high quality fossil free investment options is normal and is prudent. Next slide. This is my last slide. So I want to leave you with just a few of my like key takeaways as I've tried to sort of understand what's been driving this big growth, this avalanche of money into our fossil free options. I want you to be able to like learn from what's worked for us, because it might work for you too, if this is something that you want to do. So one thing that was really, really important was having access to 5-year return data. So whether you choose to use like the WestPath options or some other option, if you make a fossil free fund, build it on something that like has historic return data, because at first it was hard to get money flowing in by any way other than legislation, because people were just like, we don't know. We don't know how it'll perform. We don't know about that. Now it helps. It helps to have that historic data. Low fees and great returns. I mean, if you can show side by side like the relative difference in performance, that speaks really loud. I think I had a great moment where I was presenting to a church in Wasilla, Alaska. And the good folks in Wasilla voted to put their money in the fossil free portfolio. The guy on the finance team was just like, well, the numbers speak for themselves. You can't argue with the returns. And I was like, okay, if people in Wasilla can do it, we can all do it. It will be fine. Making them easier to find was also like a part of our tipping point, I think. We used to call them the social values choice funds, and people don't know what that meant. And so then we started calling them the fossil free funds, and we're like, oh yeah, they know what that means. And they started moving their money. We also like floated them to the top of the website because we were like, we want to lead with our best returning portfolios rather than our worst returning portfolios. So we're going to rename those, float them to the top. We're actually going to mention them when we go and make pitches. Let people know that they're there. So I would say, like, if you do this, don't hide your light under a bushel. The building social consensus is a big factor. I think there's something to be said for, like, if the conferences do it and if the foundation does it, then it feels normal. It feels safe to people. So also, again, if you do this, don't hide it under a bushel. Like, tell people what you're up to. And then the last thing, this has been kind of amazing for me to see. The new investors in my fossil free portfolios have skewed, they're from churches that skew bigger, more vital, and with younger people in leadership. And I think that's because for people my age and younger, like, there's not a question about this. Like, we already have social consensus about the impact of fossil fuels on the world that we are inheriting and that we are giving to our children. So as my generation and younger grows into leadership roles, the winds shift on church finance committees. And I expect that shift will continue. Churches who survive and don't close, I think, will eventually want to divest. And being a good fiduciary means listening to your customers' goals and objectives and doing your best to meet them. So that's what we've been trying to do up north. It's been an incredible win-win for us. You can advance the slide if you want. That's what I've got. I think it would be hard to find a more relevant comp or case study for the decision you're facing now. And so it was really, I'm super excited to be here talking about this. So definitely hit me with follow-up questions. Thanks so much.
Okay. Less of a question, more of an advertisement. You mentioned your website, faith.foundation, just simply that. And there's some, for us data people, really cool graphs. All graphs are cool. These ones are really cool. And they show side by side the diversified portfolio versus fossil free. And you can see the returns there. Thank you.
Yeah, your mileage may vary because your like equivalent to the diversified portfolios has a different makeup than mine because you use a different asset manager. But I think it is like you can kind of, I think it's encouraging to see, okay, these are pretty similar and this is the difference it's made. Here comes a bishop. She's going to predict the next question from online.
Well, I think one of the great testimonies about this, and maybe it speaks to, so Jake, you said that, the floor of General Conference is not the place where we make often reasoned decisions, right? I mean, it is a highly charged and not always most effective for community building or understanding. But I think one of the things that we can do between now and the next General Conference is actually just encourage everybody that we know that has holdings, and particularly for Westpath for us, but I think this is true for the foundation, wherever else we have our money invested. But in Westpath in particular, is we just, everybody move all of our money over to the social values investment. Because at that point, then it becomes less of a problem for the directors to say, okay, everybody's heading this way, we need to get out. Right? I mean, because the interest of the holders is such that they're making that move. And so your story of telling the fact of what's happened and doing that and the growth becomes a part of helping us make that transition, because people get on the bandwagon because they know about it, right? So thanks for that good work.
Yeah, money talks for sure. Like when those dollars walk, then you kind of want to follow them.
Thanks, Julia. I think this is actually maybe a question more for Jake, but maybe you could respond to it as well. Is there anything in the development right now for a social values international equity fund?
The current iteration of the Social Values Choice Fund on the equity side is a global fund. So it's both US and international. I can get you, it's an ACWI-based fund. So those tend to be about 65-35. But I can get you more exact numbers on that.
It's me again. Yes, so I really appreciated what the bishop said about being careful as we make these decisions. And I really, really love this. I've been just like over the moon joyful that we are all in a room together talking about this. But I also want to remind us that the hour is late and the bridegroom is indeed coming. We don't have a lot of time on this. It's been why there's been such a sense of urgency from activists that we're not being heard. But there was a period of time where that was treated very condescendingly. And it's extremely wonderful, the changes that we've seen. And I'm anticipating that there'll be some robust inclusion of the fossil free movement in these new discernments coming from Westpath. At the same time, the hour is late. The hour is very late. We don't have many years left to do this work, and it has to get done.
I do have a question, but I don't think if this is the right place for my question, but I'm just going to be rambling here, and I hope you can catch what I'm trying to say. I know the conversation and its discussion in this forum here is way above level, right? But I'm sitting at the ground level thinking about, is there a way like top down recommendation for the people who are sitting in the pew on Sundays? And basically here I'm thinking about the ethnic folks at the ground level. How can they live their financial lives in a more, value with their finance?
Yeah.
So
That's a
I
good
hope you
question.
could read where I'm heading.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. I think I get it. And when I think about ground level, I kind of think about two places. I think about like personal, like in a family finance, and I also think about like local church. Which one are you asking about? Local church. Okay, so one of the things, and I didn't even put it on the timeline, but one of the other things that our activists did was as part of the legislation where they asked us to divest our holdings, like the foundation, they also asked the conference treasurer to send a letter to every church in the conference, encouraging them to consider fossil fuel divestment within the next calendar year. And so every church in the conference got that letter. And I think it did spark some really important conversations. It felt a little bit like the sower in the parable, just like throwing out handfuls of seeds here and there and kind of seeing what sticks. It was a bit like that. And I don't think anybody knew which seeds we're going to take. But I think that can be done legislatively. And it's something that I don't think our conference treasurer would have. I'm certain that the treasurer wouldn't have felt like it was their place to send a letter like that unless it had been legislated. So I think our theory of change here has to include legislation. And then to take it one level deeper, like on a family level, I would want to do like a little bit of a promo for the Saving Grace program that Westpath has helped to develop, which is about personal finance, about how we live out our faith through our personal finance. And it's really cool.
Dan Cohen's going to be coming to speak to us, bringing his unique skills as an analyst, serving in the wilds of Montana, which is going to be quite exciting. Sort of like a Yellowstone approach to fossil fuel divestment. So welcome, Dan. Thank you for joining us today.
Check. Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute honor to be with you today and to follow such an outstanding lineup of speakers. I wanted to start with my somewhat unusual connection to this conference. My wife was raised by two ordained Methodist clergy. My father-in-law, his name is Colin Carpenter, who there was an audible O for the folks on Zoom. Some of you may know him from his time serving in the camping ministry in this conference in the late 90s. And then he served as senior pastor of a number of churches, including Walnut Creek and Orland. He and his wife, Kathy, are proud West Path beneficiaries. And my wife, Emma, grew up in Elk Grove. She spent her summers at Monte Toyon and Camp Lodestar, some familiar names. She's currently serving as an elected state senator in Montana, where we live with our 3-year-old. And Colin was joking with me the other night that I was allowed to mention his name, but only if the participants at the summit appreciated the content of my presentation. And if they didn't, he thought I should maybe hold off. A little late for that, but here we are. In my professional capacity, I am an energy finance analyst at the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, which we refer to by its acronym IEFA. We have about 80 staff working in 30-something countries on all aspects of the global energy transition. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is a sampling of the reports that we have done over a number of years in the Western Hemisphere. Next slide, please. And this is the Eastern Hemisphere. My former boss was a senior executive at 2 large public pension funds, managing $150 billion in assets. He was involved in implementing divestment from South Africa back in the day. And the view I'll be sharing today on the outlook for the fossil fuel sector is really informed by that experience, as well as our experience interfacing with institutional investors on this topic, including many large public pension funds. Next slide, please. I have 3 key takeaways for you today. First, as we've already heard, the financial information available to us strongly supports the idea that you can prudently manage your investment portfolios without fossil fuels in the mix. Secondly, fossil fuels face a clear pattern of investment risks, but as fiduciaries, you have numerous investment options available to you that would mitigate those risks, and we've heard about some of them already today. Finally, I want to end mentioning that current law in California, Nevada, and every other US state requires trustees of nonprofit institutions to consider their charitable purposes when making investments. I'll touch on this last because I think it provides a compelling legal framework for considering an exit of fossil fuel holdings. Next slide, please. So I'd like to start the content of the presentation by providing a definition for fossil fuel divestment. When I refer to divestment, I'm talking about a range of investment decisions that underweight the fossil fuel sector in an investment portfolio. That could mean investing at or below the sector's market cap relative to the rest of the market. With fossil fuels at around 3% in the S&P 500 right now, that could be investing at 2%, 1%, all the way down to 0, anywhere in between. And you get there by selling your current holdings, restricting future exposures, and doing so in a way that continues to meet your current investment return targets and minimizing investment management fees. Next slide, please. We see divestment as a defensive strategy aimed at protecting the value of a long-term investment fund. Now, why is this a defensive move? The answer is that the fossil fuel sector has already dramatically underperformed the broad market on a variety of timescales. Next slide, please. The text may be a little small to see for those of you in the room, but there was a time when fossil fuels were the largest, most important, and most profitable sector in the stock market. And that time was the early 1980s. Fossil fuels made up 30% of the entire S&P 500, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen here. Today, fossil fuels are one of the smallest sectors at only a little above 3% as of the beginning of March. No other stock market sector has seen this kind of slide from huge to small. Traditional energy, meaning fossil fuels, used to be a major contributor to investors' portfolios. And the fact is that today it plays a much reduced role. Next slide, please. So that was the view just now over about 45 years. Let's take a look at the last 10 years. In blue, you have the S&P 500. In yellow, you have the energy sector companies, the fossil fuel companies that are part of that index. In black, you have the S&P 500 if you were to remove the fossil fuel companies. Over the last decade, fossil fuel saw a 77% total return versus more than 200% for the broad market. And that number, that 200% number, was a bit higher were you to remove fossil fuels from the portfolio if you had done that a decade ago. Next slide, please. Another chart with small text, but what this is each of these columns is 1 year going from 2010 on the left to 2024 on the right, ranking the 11 stock market sectors in terms of their annual performance and showing where the market landed in blue. Fossil fuels are in yellow. And what you can see is that fossil fuels have lagged the market average 7 times since 2014. They've placed dead last 5 times. And if you were to look at all of the sectors I've grayed out, no other sector has performed so poorly. Next slide, please. You might have noticed some first place performances on that last slide for the fossil fuel sector in 2021 and 2022. And this is an important, interesting historical wrinkle to explain. These reflect the impact of society's emergence from the COVID pandemic in 2021 with the advent of vaccines, as well as Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. When Vladimir Putin rolled tanks across the Ukrainian border in February of that year, he sent what had been rising global oil prices skyrocketing. The second or third largest global oil producer getting involved in the first land war in Eurasia in some time was really roiled markets, produced a whole series of bottlenecks and responses that sent prices skyrocketing. Now, that act of initiating a war produced major cash flows for fossil fuel companies worldwide. And it is from this chart beginning to look like a bit of a transitory phenomenon in that the cash flow surpluses that those companies had have not repeated after 2022. That's the tallest bar there above zero. The profits that were made were the consequence of war and disruption, and the cash flow surpluses, again, as I said, have not repeated. Next slide, please. Here's another comparison between the stock market in red, S&P 500, and fossil fuels. This is starting from the trough in equity markets that occurred in October of 2022. Since then, fossil fuels have risen, but have notably lagged the market and are again in last place. So I start with all of these charts because these patterns often go unremarked in conversations about fossil fuel divestment. There's a whole host of reasons. I could spend more time than we have today talking about why fossil fuels underperformed in this way. It basically has to do with competitive forces in the oil and gas sector that drove up supply and dropped the oil price and kept it low for a significant part of the last 10 years. In essence, the technological advent of fracking prompted Saudi Arabia to fight back against a rising oil supply by flooding the market with its own oil, which dropped the price. There's more to that story, but it's important just to note that the sector's poor performance that we just were looking at was essentially independent of any concern about climate change or the rise of low carbon technologies. It was sort of all internal to the instability in the fossil fuel sector itself. Now, as anyone who invests knows, past performance doesn't guarantee future results, as Julia mentioned earlier. The most important question from an investment perspective is about the outlook. What is the outlook for this sector? Next slide, please. Perfect. The fossil fuel sector appears to be poorly positioned, in our view, to navigate the growing competitive pressures that it faces. It faces volatility in its commodity prices. It faces unprecedented and fierce competition from low carbon technologies that are increasingly taking its growth and market share in the end markets that it has long dominated. The sector is meeting really existential questions about diversifying its business lines with what appears to be ambivalence, and it faces a swath of legal and regulatory risks. Next slide, please. First, commodity prices. So simply put, the price at which oil and gas and coal are sold is really key to company profitability. Higher prices are what deliver really sizable profits instead of modest ones. I'm not going to read all the words here. Basically, prices are weighed down by a view held by analysts globally that there's plenty of oil to be had, both in OPEC countries and non-OPEC countries. And in fact, demand growth on the other side of the coin has slowed down markedly in the last few years. We have a somewhat deteriorating macro environment in terms of slower global growth, persistent inflation, and higher for longer interest rates. Then you have China, one of the largest economies in the world, seeing less new oil being consumed each year. Leading authorities are arguing over when the country's demand for transportation fuel will peak, not if it will peak. Some see it peaking this year, some see it peaking next year, some see it having already peaked in the last few years. This includes major Chinese national oil companies. We expect that will be a major market development that will be, will reverberate through oil markets once it's sort of fully confirmed, because China has accounted for roughly 2/3 of oil demand growth globally in the last 2 decades. They have been the engine that has allowed more and more oil to be profitably drilled. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the long-term declining demand picture that I'm about to speak to is also captured and anticipated by some major oil companies like BP. This is a reproduction of one of their charts that shows a declining demand on our current carbon and climate trajectory. There's a much steeper decline on a net zero aligned trajectory, but they are seeing a long-term decline. Next slide, please. The second element of the outlook, in our view, concerns the uptake of non-fossil fuel technologies. In the US, we use about that much petroleum, that much gas, and that much coal, as seen on the left-hand side of this chart. And they go to the 6 uses on the right-hand side. You have transportation at the top, electric power at the bottom, commercial and residential heating above that, and then industry above that. The challenge facing fossil fuels is that across each of these markets, there are new technologies being economically deployed that replace fossil fuel use. Next slide. So consider electric vehicles whose sales are rapidly growing in passenger cars, vans, buses, and heavy-duty trucks. And there's also growing electrified rail networks around the world, especially in China. In developing economies, you have 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles that do contribute a lot to the pool of transportation technology that are going electric very quickly. Moving down to industrial non-fuel use. There's the petrochemicals are what we're talking about here, which includes everything from plastics to clothing to asphalt to fertilizer, sort of a big group of diverse applications, and they face a variety of economic challenges. Suffice it to say that for today, one of those challenges is the emergence of plant-based feedstocks to make plastics. In industrial fuel use, you have a fascinating technology referred to as thermal batteries, which is beginning to see commercial deployment. Basically, this is where you can store renewable energy as heat and deliver it to thermal industrial processes in a continuous fashion. And then on heating and cooling, which are becoming, as we know, increasingly important for human health, comfort, and economic productivity, you have widely proven energy efficiency and design measures that are now complemented by electrified heating and cooling in the form of heat pumps. And finally, in electric power, you have what you might call the usual suspects that you may have expected me to begin with: solar, wind, and grid storage in the form of batteries, which really supports both electric power, displacement of fossil fuels, and the displacement in transportation. And I want to linger on renewable energy just for a minute, because the basic threat here is that fossil fuels are being displaced by electrified technologies powered by renewable energy. Here is a history on this next slide of the prices of fossil fuel commodities in the brown, black, and gray, and the prices of electrified technologies in, let's see, solar in yellow, wind in blue, and batteries in pink. You have, sort of roughly flat prices over time for fossil fuels compared to steeply declining ones for solar and wind and batteries. And those declines are expected to continue. They don't stop today. If we go to the next slide and just look at the last 10 years, how much have these declines really been, right? I don't know if you noticed on the previous slide, that was a logarithmic scale on the left, an exponential scale. In reality, the last 10 years, you have 70 to 80% declines in the cost of these technologies, which is driving their uptake around the world. These actually, and perhaps it's hard to see, but the 2 bands at the bottom, you have basically the break-even ranges for the equivalent fossil fuel technologies that these electrified technologies are now dipping into and surpassing. So the deflating costs here for renewable power is not only a major advantage to its deployment, It's also a boon to consumers who reap the benefits of lower energy costs. And we expect those benefits to drive adoption going forward. I want to sound a note of appreciation to our speaker yesterday who didn't flood you with charts. If anyone was missing having some charts, I think I have your antidote here. The next few charts here are from my colleagues that capture the current state of play with renewable energy in the US. This first one you have in green, the days of the year where renewable energy collectively produced more electricity than coal-fired power, which is, and the reverse is those days in gray when coal-fired power produced more. You can see starting in 2019 to 2024, a clear progression. On the next slide, you have the net additions to the electric grid by year with solar and wind in green and coal and gas in brown. The last two sets of columns in the gray box are predictions for 2025 and 2026. And what you see is that wind and solar have already been displacing coal and gas nationally for a number of years. The next chart focuses in on the state of Texas, where solar deployment is really off the charts. If you measured solar in Texas as its own state in 2023, it would have been larger than all electricity produced in 11 individual states. If you measured it last year, it would have surpassed 19 individual states. That's what that yellow bar is, 11, 19. On the next slide, we can look at the amount of solar produced in Texas in the month of March compared to produced by coal. And you go from almost no solar production in 2016 on the left to solar surpassing coal last year, which is may not seem very fast, but it's a tremendously fast switch in the usually slow-moving world of electricity. Let's see, next slide, please. One more. Thank you. Let's leave the state of Texas aside and focus on the state of California, where we sit today. California has done a tremendous job of deploying batteries for energy storage, and it's having a visible impact on gas usage. So this chart shows the sources of the state's electricity on a 5-minute interval from about a little after midnight on October 7th through the whole day. This is October 7th of last year. You can see that in blue is gas, in yellow is solar. During daylight hours, solar goes from 0 to almost 50% of the day's electricity while the sun is out. But when the sun is going down is also the time that a lot of people are coming home, turning on AC, TVs, using energy at home. That corresponds to the bump at the end of the day as solar's tailing off. And then if you look what's filling it, back, thank you. There's this sort of murky burst of purple, which is a very quick ramp up of battery power. Almost 20% of the state's entire electricity usage provided by batteries at that thickest part there at about 6:15 p.m. And the gas in blue is, climbs a bit towards the end of the day, but is flat. So batteries have shaved the peak. And imports, which are the red between solar and batteries, also do not fill the gap. Next slide, please. This is the same day, but showing you how batteries charged. The main thing to notice is that the line dips into the yellow, which is charging, into the negative. That's during the availability of cheap solar power throughout the day, and then returns it to the grid in the evening. There's also an argument about wind doing the same thing in the morning to a smaller degree with the morning peak. Next slide, please. So stepping back from the grid, if a low carbon world is slowly emerging, could the fossil fuel sector survive and thrive by supplying some kind of key low carbon technology that allows the business model of drilling and mining to continue largely unchanged? The sector believes it can. It has long promoted a technology called carbon capture and sequestration to remove carbon dioxide from the emissions of industrial facilities. Unfortunately, this is not a commercially viable technology in the world of today and is poorly positioned to prolong fossil fuel extraction in a low carbon world. Essentially, despite 50 years of research and development, the existing pilot projects that are already operating do not capture very close to the claimed levels of capture that would make this a viable carbon abatement technology. And so proponents will point to that red line up top, 95% or higher, as the target, as a meaningful target for the technology. What this chart shows is that there's a very wide gap depending on the facility, depending on the deployment and the application between what is hoped for and what is actually produced, what the performance actually is. This is also not to mention the enormous capital costs that that are required to install the technology, the fact that it's not modular, those costs would not be expected to decline, and the fact that it adds operational costs that are largely seen to require permanent public subsidies in order to be used. So these are all very serious headwinds to adoption. And we could also discuss the regulatory and geologic challenges faced by storing unimaginably large quantities of gas underground. We don't really have the time for that today, and I didn't have a really good chart, so I thought I'm a very chart-driven person, as you can tell. Next slide, please. So if carbon capture and sequestration is unavailing, what about renewable energy? And it's a very reasonable question. I mean, don't fossil fuel companies have a lot of technical know-how in energy and electricity? Couldn't they deploy that as a diversification strategy? And what we're seeing is that the fossil fuel majors who have made commitments to deploy renewables and decrease production of fossil fuels have been walking away from those targets recently, including in the last few weeks and months, and refocusing on their bread and butter, which is oil and gas. Now, that's what the chart on the left shows the capital expenditures from fossil fuel companies over a handful of years between the split between fossil fuels and low carbon. You can see it's less than 4%. And the chart on the right, the pie chart, shows that 4%. What is that as a percentage of global spending on renewable electricity? Less than 2%. So in essence, the fossil fuel industry is barely investing in low carbon energy, and the energy transition is not reliant or dependent on it to drive things. There's too much other money pouring in. Next slide, please. I wish I had a better chart for this one too. There is this, in terms of diversification options, the companies are also investing in a big way in liquefied natural gas. The vision seems to be that the world will end its use of coal and instead use natural gas for a few more decades. There's real arguments about whether it's a climate solution, given both that it is a fossil fuel and given the leakage of gas from pipelines in the production and transportation process. It's also not clear to us at IEFA that the industry can make really good money at it. There, as I was mentioning, sort of a somewhat analogous story to oil, there was a lot more LNG supply coming on in the next few years than demand. For example, in Europe, but also really around the world, Northeast Asia, China, Korea, Japan, the biggest LNG importers. And then fast-growing economies, for example, in Southeast Asia, really need to think carefully about signing long-term contracts for natural gas, because they would likely face very volatile pricing. They would face market pricing, which can absolutely wreak havoc on national budgets, trade balances, and their currencies when prices spike, which we have seen recently. So, taking all this into account, the question becomes, on what basis can you reasonably justify long-term investment in fossil fuels? It's a pretty bleak picture that I'm presenting, and it's one that we have, are finding it hard to challenge, right? Like the data just appears to be going in this direction. Next slide, please. So just to restate, fossil fuels have already financially underperformed for years. They face a negative long-term outlook from this growing competition, commercially unviable low-carbon technology, and an apparent ambivalence about diversification in light of the long-term risks facing their business. What is a responsible investor to do? I think it's time to go back to basics, and forgive me if this is overly didactic for those of you in the room who are already doing this work. We think that divestment is not something that can be meaningfully deliberated in the abstract. You really need to look at an actual draft plan that applies to your specific fund in question. So you need to consider your own investment objectives, your cash flow needs, your investment return targets. You need to identify the decision makers for your fund. And for some of you in the room, that is probably you or your board. And I think the first really crucial substantive step is to assess your existing fossil fuel exposures. And you can measure this in different ways. It could be any energy sector exposure as defined by a system like the Global Industry Classification System, the GICS. You could only target fossil fuel reserve owners, as is widely done, or you could use some other definition. There'd be lots of ways to slice that apple. When you do that, you may find that you're already meaningfully underweight fossil fuels with at least some managers or in some asset classes. And that really leads to the key question from there. how can we achieve our investment objectives without fossil fuels in the portfolio based on where we are right now? What are our options? Step number 5 kind of involves, maybe is a more involved process than it would appear. You know, you need to basically review the options that fit your investment philosophy and your asset allocation. Consider the management fees and the timing considerations for how you would trade out of your current exposures. But that's it. Like once you have a plan in front of you that is designed with your specific fund in mind, you have adequate information to deliberate and decide what you want to do from there. I would say don't forget that you can get help, right? You probably have a financial advisor, you may have investment consultants. Certainly within the denomination, there are people who've gone before you, as we just heard. I would also say you don't have to make this decision under pressure. And that might sound counterintuitive given what we've been hearing today about the intensity of the climate crisis, but let me explain. This is something to think about deeply and to gather sufficient facts about before making a move, which really does speak in favor of the kind of process that is occurring here today and yesterday. And as for the fiduciaries in the room, you'll know, or you're no doubt aware, that you're charged with exercising caution alongside due care and skill in your investment decisions. And as fiduciaries, at the same time, you're charged with mitigating investment risks that face your fund. There's really good legal precedent in the US that says when a financial risk becomes known, it must be addressed with financial action. And in our view, fossil fuels rise to that level of risk, and the exposure demands investigation, deliberation, and response. Next slide, please. The good news, as we've already heard from all the speakers today, you have significant tailwinds blowing in your favor. First, if you use active managers, they can typically accommodate any exclusions demanded by the client. And in fact, they probably already do this for you, given the longstanding exclusions in the Book of Discipline that apply to denominational funds. Like, this is just simply, it can be done. Second, if you manage your equities or other investments to an index, you have an increasingly large and growing universe of fossil-free versions of the exact same index that you can choose from. There's a very wide range from sector exclusion indexes, for example, the S&P 500 X energy, and here energy just means fossil fuels as opposed to renewable energy and other things that's categorized elsewhere. There's a whole host of ESG or sustainability, carbon efficient labeled indexes. They will apply a set of rules to the investment universe that gets you to the various levels of fossil fuel exclusion that you could achieve. Third, you can direct your managers to execute a custom mandate, whether it's an active or passive management style in a separately managed account. And then finally, if all of that sounds a little bit involved, as we've already heard today, major asset managers like State Street, like BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity, Nuveen, Westpath that we have in the room today, they have growing offerings. There are even some newer niche managers like Sphere that is providing an ex-fossil S&P 500 fund for an extremely low management fee of, I think, 7 basis points last time I checked. Now, I do need to make a very clear statement here that this is not investment advice. I'm not a registered investment advisor. This is an observation of the options that are available in the market. We don't provide tax, legal, or other professional advice at IEFA, and your investment decisions should be made in consultation with your financial advisors and with your stakeholders. But the point is simply that there are options. And then finally, getting back to what I mentioned at the beginning, there is this uniform law in California and Nevada. It's basically word for word the same, and all 50 other states that governs investment by nonprofit charitable entities. And it charges fiduciaries with exercising prudence over their invested funds, as every other investment law does. It actually goes beyond that to state that in managing and investing a fund, an institution shall consider the charitable purposes of the institution and the purposes of the institutional fund. Now, what does that mean? This is a uniform law, and you can actually read the drafter's thoughts on it because they're online for free. They say that, quote, the decision maker must consider the charitable purposes of the institution and the purposes of the institutional fund for which decisions are being made. The requirement is described as this committee of drafters as a, quote, fundamental duty. They go on to say that, quote, in making decisions about whether to acquire or retain an asset, the institution should consider the institution's mission, its current programs, in addition to factors related more directly to the asset's potential as an investment. This is law on the books in the jurisdictions in which this conference and every other US conference operate. And it appears to me to provide very significant legal grounds to make a decision that is not only financially aligned, but mission aligned. We've actually seen this language echoed by big institutional investors such as Harvard when announcing their divestment from fossil fuels a few years ago. And at the time, the president of the university said, "Given the need to decarbonize the economy and our responsibility as fiduciaries to make long-term investment decisions that support our teaching and research mission, we do not believe such investments, i.e. fossil fuels, are prudent." So I will just close by saying that I see this as a question of leadership. When you become a leader, you don't get to choose what problems arise on your watch. I see the bishop chuckling and covering her eyes with her hands. You really have no choice but to play the hand you're dealt. And I think the climate issue is exactly that. We're talking about a set of companies that used to be as prominent and as profitable as the tech sector, but today have shrunk considerably. They've posted poor returns for a number of years. They face ferocious competition going forward in ways that are historically unprecedented for the energy sector. Not all divestments make this kind of financial sense. You've also seen this very logic adopted by a significant set of institutional investors, as Reverend Antal mentioned this morning. They manage something collectively in the neighborhood of $40 trillion. And this includes funds like pension funds in New York, California, around the world, university endowments in the Ivy League and major public schools. The University of California itself has been managing the vast majority of its assets in this way for a long time. Other bodies within the Methodist faith have been doing this. The denominational investors of other faiths, such as the UCC, have been doing this too. Westpath is providing funds for you to use. The returns have been good. The fees are competitive, and they're working with world-class managers. Like there's nothing to me that should be scary about this. You have plenty of options, and you would be in good company. So I thank you for your time today and look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Dan. That's terrific. I love charts and graphs. So
This one was for you.
Tell me this, if I were to tune in to another news network, maybe it starts with an F, what charts are they showing me that contradict what you put up? What might I find other folks touting as the data that tells a different story?
It's a very good question. I think you would see probably two things. One would be a chart that ignores the long-term 45-year perspective I gave you. It ignores the last 10 years. It ignores the last 3 years and 1 year and focuses narrowly on that period starting probably in about 2020 that captures the massive rise. Actually, can we go back to slide, I think it's like 13? Or you can just skip backwards. I want to show that slide with the three lines on it with yellow at the bottom, blue and black. This one, yes. So, there's an argument that this chart is misleading because it presents fossil fuels in the worst possible light by capturing the flat and declining performance that they had in the mid-teens. If you started the chart at the bottom, basically in 2020 or early 2021, you'd see the yellow line. It just goes up, 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 and flattens off. So if you started your chart there, it would look like fossil fuels were blowing the doors off. Two problems with that. One, it is cherry picking. Two, the actual underlying drivers of that outperformance, as I mentioned, were a war, which is very, very different than an improvement in the long-term economic fundamentals. The second thing I think you would see was a lot of modeling that looked like way further back into the 20th century that was essentially cherry picking in another way that said, fossil fuels have done so extraordinarily well throughout the 20th century that it would be foolish to give them up in the 21st century. And that would be essentially ignoring the century of charts that I showed you about the really significant developments taking place in electric power, transportation, and other sectors. Those trends are out there. They are developing. They're moving faster than most people recognize. I think we are trying to stay ahead of them, and I can't even keep up. So I think that's what you would hear.
There was one slide that I found very interesting, the outlook for the sector, and I didn't get all of the pieces on that one, but I thought that was very convincing and an argument that I might use when talking to my group.
Sure, maybe we can advance the slides a couple. What does it say? It has the one with the 4 bullets in a box or 5 bullets in a box. This is my attempt at capturing like the many strands I'm trying to weave together over the succeeding 65 slides. Yeah, the question is about the third bullet, no commercially viable low carbon technology. That's saying that, you know, there's carbon capture and sequestration, which I spoke to. Has been historically discussion of biofuels and hydrogen as alternative, potentially low carbon, but sort of technologies that could be produced with fossil fuels. And I don't spend much time on hydrogen or biofuels because they're not really the poster children, and they're receiving, I would say, less attention and interest.
First off, Dan, would love to get your slides and have a follow-on conversation, because I think there's some really meaningful things that I'd like to bring to our investment team. But I was curious if you all have been doing studies on one of the things that we sometimes hear when we're talking to asset managers about the speed of the transition is that it's not necessarily the marginal cost of the actual energy capacity generation. It's the difficulties with some of the intermittency problems, the cost of batteries, and then just also the reality that it's pretty difficult to build out transmission lines in the US right now, and that there's a really large public policy problem that exists that's actually somewhat bipartisan in terms of the cost of environmental impact assessments and the cost of building that out. So I'd just be curious to hear what you all are studying in that perspective, and kind of how some of those other practical constraints are influencing some of the trend lines you're seeing.
Yeah, that's a really astute question. So let's see. To the first one, intermittency, one of the, I think it's this intuitive thing, right? Where we are all very familiar that the sun is not out 24 hours a day, and the wind is not blowing, 24 hours a day. And people even point to some periods in the winter where both of those things are true at the same time. And so then there's like this huge need to backfill with gas power. And those things do happen. I would say that on intermittency, battery energy storage is already showing that those problems are being resolved. Like, not wiped out entirely, but like, batteries are moving into the space, as I was showing on the California daily chart, of displacing gas use, right? Like that, however many gigawatts of power that was, or gigawatt hours, that in that afternoon peak is solar stored during the day and then and used later. Now there's there's a whole nother presentation that someone in the venture capital space should give on climate tech that would point to an absolutely incredible array of companies who are solving long duration energy storage, right? You have companies like Form Energy that are basically rusting iron back and forth and using it as a way to solve, to store electrons over not just a 4-hour period, which tends to be the top end for lithium ion batteries, but for a 24-hour, 48-hour period. They have commercial commitments to deploy, not bench scale, but pilot scale, basically, projects in the upper Midwest, Minnesota. I think XL Energy has, and some of the co-ops over there have a big project. There's other forms of energy storage too, pumped hydro. And the other thing about this is that when there's system modeling that happens that basically says when you can flood the zone with renewable energy, you end up saving, even if you are building both gas power to serve as backup and renewables. Even if you're putting more upfront capital cost, the fact that you're building so much in renewables decreases the money you're paying in operating expenses for that gas. And so the total system cost is actually much lower, or competitive or lower than just doing one or the other. So that's intermittency. The cost of batteries, I think there's, this is a really interesting question, a big moving target. The cost of batteries is not a stable point. It's not fixed. I was showing that as declining. But more than that, there are an incredible array of technologies that are getting well beyond the typical lithium, the NMC battery chemistry, nickel, manganese, cadmium, and I may have just gotten that wrong. We have a lithium iron phosphate technology that is cheaper, more stable. There's all kinds of advancements going into those types of batteries as well, which are like, they're basically trying to build batteries with much cheaper inputs to continue decreasing the costs, right? There's all kinds of ways to optimize still left. Permitting problems is a real one, right? It's a problem for fossil fuel infrastructure. It's a problem for CO2 pipelines that would be taking CO2 even from like facilities where it can capture a solid stream off of the flue gas and pump it underground in an oil field. Like there's been some pipelines that have been stopped because of landowner concerns. And I mean, when you see some of the stories about what can happen with CO2 pipelines, the fact that CO2 is more dense than air, and so it pools. When you drive an ambulance into a big pocket of CO2, your engine shuts off because you don't have any oxygen to combust your fuel anymore. And these kinds of disasters have happened in the Gulf South, and there have been communities that have been really seriously affected by the existing CO2 infrastructure. We'd have to build that times a lot to sort of supply the projected demand for captured carbon. So those suffer from permitting problems, and transmission lines do too, right? And there are various options that are sort of between like giant grid scale and like solar panels on your house that can mitigate those. There's more community solar and other couple that are not coming to mind right now. I've been covering the waterfront. So a really good question. Would love to follow up with you, Jake. Absolutely open to that. And with anyone here who is, wants to really get into the weeds with us.
Exercise, Joe. I am curious on the, we've had a conversation that there's no sort of morally pure decision around some of this. I've been an electric car owner for 5 years. I had a hybrid prior to that. And when I made the switch, I had talked to one of my former members, was a guy at Caltech, and he said, actually, my new electric car was going to actually have more carbon footprint than my hybrid, because my battery at that point, so the technology of recycling those batteries for electric cars was still underdeveloped, but that it was good to buy them, because only by buying them would people develop the technology to actually recycle the batteries, right? So it's sort of, I was at that early buy-in person, but also with those electric batteries, the longer range batteries come with more lithium, right? Which means more mining, which is pretty much in Africa, in which we're destroying part of Africa. So there are these complications when we're moving. Now, I knew last year that Toyota announced they had one of these new batteries you're talking about, was just decreased lithium, increased range, quicker charge, and so I just lift that out that even as we're talking about divesting from fossil fuels, that when we're looking at like electric car batteries and so on, and companies are doing that there may be some environmental issues in some of those too, that we have to be careful we're not, we just have to be aware of that that there are some other things that are probably problematic as we make these technology changes. So possibly, right?
Yeah, thank you for lifting that up, Bishop. That is an absolutely essential element of all of this. And it is just a question of fairness and justice that says that those communities where those new battery mineral resources are located should not have to pay the cost of irresponsible and destructive and exploitative mining practices. And there is nothing to my mind that requires them to do so. That is a question of enforcement and choice on the part of companies, and on the regulatory regimes and the pressure from the international community that can uplift those communities and shine a light and prevent those abuses, with the active participation, consent, and support of those communities themselves. You mentioned something else in what you just said, which is about recycling. There's a probably within the jurisdictional bounds of this conference, I believe, a electric battery recycling company startup. Again, we're back in the venture capital world, that is trying to solve the problem of all these new battery minerals. With the fossil fuel system we have today, you have to continually mine new fuel that is sort of goes through the system linearly and is disposed of as gases and heat and ash on the back end. There is a more than 5, 10, or 15 years ago, a much more advanced and practical conversation happening about the circularity of those minerals and basically connecting both ends of that supply chain to be sourcing battery minerals, for example, from recycled, used up, no longer functional electric vehicle batteries. And it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing because you have to have enough batteries to, incentivize, to have enough supply to, to meet the demand and to incentivize the people to make the investments in the technology to recover those. But they're doing it with solar power and wind, I think, in Utah. I'm sorry, not Utah, Nevada, already. So like that to me is a problem that is out there, must be addressed, is in the process of being resolved, and it's hard to just keep track of all the different things happening. The last thing I'll say about being an early adopter, it is crucial, right, that there are early adopters. There's this classic technology uptake pattern called the S-curve, where you have the early adopters first, and then it sort of hits takeoff, and you reach a tipping point basically, and many people start making the switch. Then you've sort of shifted the system fully into a new state where it is the new technology has displaced the incumbent, and it takes some time, but there appear to be clear signs that we're on that path with electric vehicles globally. It may feel like that in California. It certainly does not feel like that in Montana, where I live. Although the Norwegians, who are at an even higher altitude with colder winters, have gone way far ahead. So the cold issue with batteries is real, but not insurmountable. What I was going to just mention was that the International Energy Agency, which is one of the sort of most respected energy modeling outfits in the world, came out with a report recently, I think just maybe this week or last week, reviewing what has happened on energy in the calendar year 2024. And if I'm remembering my figure right, they said something like 20% of all vehicles purchased last year were electric. That's global, but 20% is way past the S-curve threshold that we see where that exponential takeoff really starts around 5%. 20% is way past that. Whereas in the US, we have access to fewer sort of electric vehicles that have a sticker price that is comparable to the internal combustion engine equivalent in some place like China, where gasoline is much more expensive, and the companies are located and are making so many of these. It's actually reversed. So the electric vehicle is actually cheaper on a sticker price basis, not just a total cost of ownership basis, which would involve basically, measuring the sticker price plus how much do you not pay for fuel and pay for electricity instead. So the point is like, these tipping points are happening. The momentum is there, and it is going to be exceedingly difficult to dampen it.
We've got an online comment from Dave Bungie. This has been an impressive summit. Many thanks to each of you for the thorough and detailed presentations, and thanks to the team for convening this event. It's good to hear the good options available, especially locally. Yay! With Westpath General Funds, it sounds like there's not a lot of internal reflection and motivation, but they are responsive to the will of their people and to legislation. Okay, so we proceed. Gotta go. Many thanks to all. And I think that concludes the questions.
Wow. Yes, yes. Hello.
Hello, there it is. Woo! I just wanted to give a shout out to Dan. So for those of us who like aren't science majors and didn't study chemistry and bioelectrical engineering, IEFA is amazing. It's a great site to go on there. They break it down. I've been really appreciative of those resources for a long time. And then when I discovered he was from IEFA, I was like, what? In the flesh, here we are. So this is a really fantastic resource as you're looking around.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the official public part of the summit. We'll have lunch in a little bit, which is, by the way, is in the other room, the other meeting room, just through this door to my left, and down the hall, you'll find your lunch, sandwichy kind of stuff. Afterwards, I would like to ask all the board and agency representatives and any of the speakers who'd like to, actually everyone's welcome, to come afterwards. This will not be live streamed, where we're going to discuss sort of next steps, where we are. We do have a statement that the planning committee for the summit put together that may need some more work, but the hope is that we can find a way to come to an agreement on a statement that the boards and agencies can buy into that can take us forward. If we can't do that today, we can work toward that and hopefully have something together by the time we come to annual conference session in June. This has been an inspiring couple of days, a lot of good information, and I'm thrilled about hearing from William and the sort of on the ground experience of dealing with growing up around the unconscious and deeply painful situation that areas like Torrance and many other parts of the world have in dealing with the development of fossil fuels. And then we had Reverend Jim this morning talking about from the high picture from the mountain about how we need to make these changes and how he's been working on this for so many years. Then we had Jake talking from the trenches of Westpath and giving us an option that is very applicable, useful, helpful. Some say still needs to be pushed forward, but I say it's good if any institution is actually offering something of good to the greater world. It's extraordinary. And then we had Julia, who with her excited, wonderful inspiration brought us to see how our conference can do something similar because other conferences are doing it. To be fossil free is not outside of the realm of possibility. And finally, Dan, bring us into the nitty gritty of graphs and charts. Graphs and charts say so much, but it helps when you have someone who can read the graphs and charts and can explain them to us. So thank you for that. So I would like to ask Kelly Ratliff, Vice Chair of CFNA, to come up and see if she has anything to add in terms of with her financial hat on, and then Joan Pell, part of our planning team, will close us out in prayer, and then we'll go to lunch, and we'll join again at 1 o'clock for those that can meet.
Well, I'll share my gratitude, and since lunch is just past myself and Joan, I'll keep it brief. I want to just say in conclusion what Dan said, and not just all the lovely charts and graphs, but he gave us a roadmap at the end. This idea that we need to focus on our portfolio, identify our decision makers, assess our exposures, create and consider a plan, and deliberate and decide. So I'm going to put a little, deliberation is important, but my goodness, let's hope we can get to decision. We've heard a lot, we've seen a lot. There's the roadmap is here. And so thank you for that, Dan, and thanks to everyone who spoke today. It's been just terrific. Joan?
I just add my thanks to everybody else. Thank you. It's been good, and now the hard work starts. We will be, as Burke said, looking at a statement. We have to give a report back to the annual conference session about this summit, so we will be doing that, and considering whether there's any legislation that we want to bring related to this to the annual conference session.
Those of you who don't know me, I'm Joan Pell, and I am the chair of our Climate Justice Ministries Task Force. And I'm also serving as the caretaker of God's creation, which was a role that was created by General Conference in 2024. One small commercial, if you like. Sharon's written 3 books. The second one that she wrote was Love in a Time of Climate Change, Honoring Creation, Establishing Justice. She's just in the process of a revised edition to this. So this is the original book. There are multiple copies of it over there, which she is giving away. So if you would like a copy of this book, the original one, all you have to do is sign your name and give her your email, and you can have one of the copies that's sitting over there. Apologies to those who are online. I served from 2019 through 2022 in England in the British Methodist Church. Who, by the way, divested in 2021. So I'm going to share with you 2 or 3 things here, but the first one comes from the Methodist hymn book over there called Singing the Faith. This was written by Fred Pratt Green. So God in his love for us lent us this planet, gave it a purpose in time and in space, small as a spark from the fire of creation, cradle of life and home of our race. Earth is the Lord's, it's ours to enjoy it, ours as God's stewards to farm and defend, from its pollution, misuse and destruction. Good Lord, deliver us, world without end. And I think as we go forward, there's a lot of inspiration we can take from the Native Americans in America and how they view the land and things. But coming with British heritage, there is the Celtic tradition there, coming from the islands of from Ireland and the islands of Scotland. And I was in Iona a few years back and picked up their worship book. And so this is the prayer of confession from there, and then I'll finish it off with a blessing. O God, your fertile earth is slowly being stripped of its riches. Open our eyes to see. O God, your living waters are slowly being choked with chemicals. Open our eyes to see. O God, your clear air is slowly being filled with pollutants. Open our eyes to see. O God, your creatures are slowly dying and your people are suffering. Open our eyes to see. God, our maker, so move us by the wonder of creation that we repent and care more deeply. So move us to grieve the loss of life, that we learn to cherish and protect your world. And deep peace of the running wave to you. Deep peace of the flowing air to you. Deep peace of the quiet earth to you. Deep peace of the shining stars to you. Deep peace of the Son of Peace to you. Amen.
So lunch is self-serve just in the meeting room to your left here. I'd also just like to say a quick thank you to Hannah, Amanda, Tricia. Amazing work. And to the support of our bishop in all of this good work. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for everyone who's attended remotely as well as in person. Good work. Good work. Thank you.